Hello, dear listener. Before we begin, please set your volume just right. Not too loud, not too soft. Lie down comfortably, close your eyes, and let your body rest in silence. Together, we will slowly drift towards sleep. Tonight, we begin our very first story in the series, Boring History for Sleep. The story is titled, The First Apartment Buildings in Ancient Ostia. If you enjoy this gentle storytelling, please remember to like the video and subscribe to the channel so you will always have a quiet place to return to every night. The story of ancient Ostia begins quietly at the mouth of the Tiber River, where the city once served as the bustling port of Rome, and where the earliest forms of apartment living slowly took shape. To understand the significance of these buildings, we need to picture the daily rhythms of Roman life and the growing pressure of population in an empire that stretched across vast lands. Rome itself was crowded, noisy, and full of movement, and its nearby port town, Ostia, became a necessary extension of this living organism. Goods from across the Mediterranean arrived there: grain from Egypt, olive oil from Hispania, marble from Greece, and countless other supplies. As trade expanded, so did the number of people who came to work, to trade, and to settle in Ostia. With more people came the need for housing that could accommodate them in a practical way, and so the idea of the multi-story apartment building, known as the insula, slowly emerged. These insulae were not grand palaces, but functional blocks of rooms stacked one upon another, designed to fit as many families as possible into a small area of land. The word insula literally means island, because from the street, each building stood like an isolated block, surrounded on all sides with its own community inside. The residents were not aristocrats or senators, but ordinary people: dock workers unloading ships, shopkeepers selling goods, craftsmen producing tools and pottery, and families trying to find a stable life near the economic lifeline of Rome. In Ostia, the insulae could be several stories tall, often built of brick and concrete, with wooden beams supporting the upper floors. The ground level typically contained shops or workshops that opened directly onto the street, while above were small apartments, each consisting of 1 or 2 rooms. There was little luxury, but there was life: cooking fires burning, children playing in narrow courtyards, and neighbors leaning out of windows to exchange words across the street. Imagine the sound of footsteps on wooden staircases, the smell of bread drifting from a bakery below, the distant call of sailors returning from the harbor. These were the details that filled the daily world of Ostia's first apartment dwellers. The idea of vertical housing was a solution to density, but it also created new challenges. Water had to be carried up to the higher floors, as only the ground level might have access to a fountain or cistern. Light was limited in the inner rooms, since windows were small and glass was rare. Fires were a constant danger, especially with wooden roofs and beams supporting much of the structure. Yet despite these difficulties, the insulae represented an important adaptation of Roman society to urban life. They reflected the reality that not everyone could live in sprawling villas with gardens and atriums. For many, life was compact, shared, and dependent on the close proximity of neighbors. Archaeologists working in Ostia have uncovered remains of these buildings, allowing us to see the careful planning behind them. Streets were arranged in a grid, with insulae lined neatly along them, often with decorative facades on the front to present a respectable appearance, while the interior remained modest. Some insulae had inner courtyards that offered a small open space, providing air and light to the surrounding rooms. In these spaces, daily chores were done, laundry was hung, and conversations echoed. The first residents of these apartments probably did not think of themselves as part of a new chapter in architectural history, but their way of living would influence urban housing for centuries to come. When we compare Ostia's insulae to later apartment buildings in medieval and modern cities, we can see the continuity of this basic human need to gather in one place, to live side by side, and to create a functioning community within limited space. As the Roman Empire expanded and Rome itself grew to over 1 million people, the importance of Ostia and its housing solutions became even clearer. The city provided a model for how urban centers might manage increasing populations without endless sprawl. These first apartment buildings in Ostia were, in a sense, prototypes of city living, a recognition that space was valuable and must be used efficiently. The remains today stand quietly, their brick walls weathered by time, but they whisper the stories of thousands of lives once lived there. Each doorway and staircase hints at countless footsteps. Each crumbled room once held the laughter of children, the worries of parents, and the ordinary hopes of people who lived 2,000 years ago. To study these buildings is not only to study architecture, but also to glimpse the silent persistence of human life in its most basic form: shelter, community, and survival in the face of growing urban demand. In Ostia's insulae, we see the origins of apartment living, a modest yet remarkable answer to the needs of a society always in motion. When we look closer at the insulae of Ostia, it is not only their physical form that tells us about the Roman world, but also the way these structures mirrored the social layers of society. The ground floor apartments were usually more desirable, not only because they had easier access to the streets and shops, but also because they were safer in case of fire and did not require climbing multiple flights of stairs. These units might even have running water from nearby fountains or cisterns, something rare for upper floors. As one climbed higher, the rooms became smaller, darker, and more difficult to live in. Those who lived on the top floors were often poorer tenants, sometimes packed into single-room spaces with little ventilation, relying on shared facilities. The insula was therefore a vertical representation of Roman society itself, with better conditions at the bottom and more challenging conditions as one rose higher. In this way, the very structure of the building reminded its residents of their place in the social order. Yet life inside an insula was not only about status, but about the day-to-day resilience of ordinary people. Imagine a typical morning in Ostia. At sunrise, shopkeepers on the ground floor lifted their shutters, the smell of fresh bread came from the baker's oven, and sailors walked through the streets heading to the port. Children hurried down staircases to fetch water or play in the courtyards, while mothers prepared meals over small portable braziers. Laundry hung from wooden balconies, catching the Mediterranean breeze. The buildings themselves were alive with noise, the chatter of neighbors, the creak of stairs, the pounding of hammers from workshops. In such close quarters, privacy was scarce, but community was strong. People depended on one another for information, support, and daily survival. The insula also highlights the innovation of Roman building technology. The use of concrete allowed for taller, stronger buildings than had been possible in earlier times. In Ostia, many insulae reached 4 or 5 stories, impressive for their era. Builders used a mix of brick and tufa stone to create solid walls, while wooden beams supported floors. Some insulae even had decorative elements, arches, columns, or painted plaster walls, that added a sense of dignity to otherwise modest dwellings. Archaeological remains reveal that not all apartments were cramped. Some middle-class families enjoyed larger units with multiple rooms, mosaic floors, and painted walls, showing that the insula was not only for the very poor, but also for those of modest means who sought practical housing near the port. At the same time, the dangers were real. Fires could spread rapidly through upper levels, and collapsing buildings were not unheard of. Ancient writers such as Juvenal and Martial often mentioned the risks of living in such housing, complaining of leaky roofs, cramped conditions, and the ever-present possibility of disaster. In Rome itself, where insulae were even taller and more crowded, entire neighborhoods could be devastated by fire, and these memories must have haunted the residents of Ostia as well. Still, people continued to live in them, because the need for housing outweighed the risks. The insula was a compromise between necessity and comfort, a space where families carved out their daily lives despite difficulties. To walk the streets of Ostia today, among the ruins of these buildings, is to feel a sense of quiet connection to the past. The outlines of staircases, the remains of shop fronts, and the faint traces of painted walls remind us that this was once a living city full of voices. The insulae stand as silent witnesses to centuries of activity: Roman citizens hurrying to the port, traders counting their coins, children playing games, and women carrying water jars up to their families on the upper floors. It is remarkable to think that 2,000 years ago, people faced many of the same challenges of urban living that we still encounter today: limited space, noisy neighbors, the struggle to balance work and home, and the constant search for safety. Ostia's apartment buildings, though ancient, feel strangely modern in this respect. They remind us that while technology has changed, the human need for shelter and community remains the same. Each brick in their walls carries the memory of lives once lived, ordinary, unrecorded, but deeply human. The people of Ostia did not live in grand villas or marble palaces, yet their stories are no less important. In their modest insulae, they worked, dreamed, raised families, and endured. To study their apartments is to honor their lives, quiet yet resilient, in the heart of Rome's great empire. As Ostia grew into a vital hub for the Roman Empire, the insulae became more than simple shelters. They evolved into miniature communities where the rhythms of daily life intertwined with the larger currents of trade, commerce, and empire. To understand their role fully, one must imagine not just the walls and staircases, but the human patterns that filled them, day after day, year after year. Each building, rising 3, 4, or even 5 stories, was not merely a pile of bricks, but a living organism, filled with different layers of people who shared space and routines. On the ground floor, merchants displayed their goods in shop fronts that opened directly onto the busy streets. Customers haggled over prices of grain, oil, and wine, while the sound of craftsmen hammering metal or carving wood drifted into the air. Just above them, families prepared meals, small children cried or laughed, and household shrines flickered with offerings to Roman gods. At night, the glow of oil lamps illuminated narrow windows, creating a patchwork of lights across the darkened streets. The insula was noisy, sometimes chaotic, but it was never lifeless. For historians, one of the most striking things about Ostia's apartment buildings is how they reflected the empire's mastery of urban planning. Streets were carefully laid out in a grid, lined with wide sidewalks and drainage systems. Water flowed through aqueducts into public fountains, and bathhouses were located nearby, meaning even if the apartments themselves lacked luxuries, residents could still access communal facilities. The insula was thus not an isolated block, but part of a broader urban design that kept the city functioning smoothly. In a sense, the apartments were the beating heart of Ostia, housing the workers and families who made the flow of goods possible. Without them, the great port could not have sustained its role as Rome's lifeline. Yet life inside these structures was not without hardships. The upper floors were hot in summer and cold in winter, with thin walls offering little protection. Residents carried water up steep staircases in heavy clay jars, a daily task repeated countless times. Fires posed a constant threat, and landlords were known to rent out unsafe, overcrowded spaces for profit. Ancient writers describe collapses of poorly built insulae in Rome, and though Ostia's buildings were generally sturdier, the fear lingered. Still, the residents endured, because these apartments offered proximity to work, community ties, and a chance to share in the energy of a thriving town. Archaeological evidence provides fascinating glimpses into the variety of these dwellings. Some insulae had decorative mosaics in their courtyards, depicting marine scenes that reflected the port's identity. Others contained stairwells lined with plaster and paint, or fragments of inscriptions dedicating spaces to household gods. Pottery shards, oil lamps, and fragments of furniture discovered in excavations tell us about the practical lives of those who lived there. These small details remind us that even in modest spaces, people sought to bring beauty and meaning to their homes. The social dimension of insula life is equally revealing. In such close quarters, neighbors were constantly in one another's company, and networks of mutual aid were common. A child might be cared for by the family next door, meals might be shared across staircases, and disputes would echo through thin walls only to be resolved by the pressure of community. In a city where elites lived in grand villas with gardens, the insula residents created their own form of wealth: relationships, cooperation, and shared survival. To walk through Ostia today is to see the remnants of the social fabric. Streets still show the outlines of shops, staircases still rise to nowhere, and in the ruins one can sense the echoes of conversation, laughter, and daily noise. Scholars have pointed out that the insulae of Ostia prefigure much of modern urban living, where apartment blocks dominate skylines and people adapt to the same challenges of space, noise, and community. What makes Ostia unique is the preservation of so many buildings, offering us a rare chance to stand inside rooms where Roman families once slept, cooked, and dreamed. These apartments remind us that history is not only about emperors, battles, and grand monuments. It is also about the lives of ordinary people who formed the true foundation of Rome's greatness. The insula of Ostia is a monument to their resilience, their creativity, and their capacity to make a life in crowded, difficult conditions. Though centuries have passed, the bricks and stones of these apartments still speak quietly of human endurance, whispering that even in small spaces, life continues with dignity, effort, and hope. To truly understand the insulae of Ostia, one must also place them in the broader context of Roman culture, economy, and architecture. For these buildings were not random creations, but part of a carefully evolving response to the challenges of urban life in a growing empire. The Roman genius for organization and engineering is often celebrated in aqueducts, amphitheaters, and roads, but the humble apartment block deserves equal recognition, for it reveals how ordinary people adapted to Rome's unstoppable expansion. By the 1st and 2nd centuries of our era, Ostia was no longer a simple port town, but a complex, thriving city with tens of thousands of inhabitants. The demand for housing close to the docks and warehouses was immense, and insula became the practical solution. Constructed with brick-faced concrete, they were sturdy enough to last centuries, though constant maintenance was required. Some of the surviving remains rise several stories high even today, a testimony to Roman skill. Archaeologists can still walk through staircases, stand in narrow courtyards, and peer into small rooms that once echoed with life. To imagine the insula in use, one might picture a landlord renting out units to various families, often charging higher rents for the more desirable ground floors and offering cheaper rates for cramped spaces at the top. Wealthier tenants might occupy larger apartments with decorated walls and small kitchens, while poorer workers squeezed into single rooms, sometimes with no direct light. Inscriptions and records from Ostia indicate that rents varied widely, reflecting the diversity of residents. This was not uniform poverty, but a layered society, where dock supervisors, shop owners, sailors, and craftsmen lived side by side, each finding a place in the crowded structure. Daily life within the insulae must have been marked by a blend of hardship and vitality. Early in the morning, residents would descend to the street to fetch water from public fountains, since few apartments had direct plumbing. Children ran up and down the staircases, carrying baskets or chasing one another while their parents worked in nearby shops. Women often managed domestic duties in tiny spaces, preparing meals on small braziers, washing clothes in shared courtyards, and maintaining household shrines. The air was filled with the smells of cooking, smoke from lamps, and the salt tang of the sea breeze drifting in from the port. At night, the insula settled into a different rhythm. Neighbors gathered to talk in dim light, storytellers recounted news of Rome or distant provinces, and sailors sang as they returned from their labor. Though cramped and noisy, these apartments were also alive with community. What makes Ostia particularly fascinating is the level of preservation compared to Rome itself, where modern development has erased much of the ancient insulae. In Ostia, entire blocks remain visible, allowing scholars to reconstruct not only the architecture, but the social geography of the city. Wide streets bordered by shops led into clusters of insulae, some with open courtyards that provided light and ventilation. Painted inscriptions still mark certain entrances, hinting at the businesses once operating there. One can almost hear the footsteps of workers hurrying to the docks, or the voices of merchants advertising goods. These traces transform the ruins from silent stones into living witnesses. The architectural details of Ostia's apartments also reflect Roman innovation. Builders used opus latericium, a brick-facing technique that gave the structures durability and a distinctive appearance. Windows were small but strategically placed to maximize light. Some apartments had latrines connected to sewer systems, a remarkable convenience for the time, though others relied on chamber pots. Roof terraces were sometimes used for storage, drying clothes, or even small gardens. The combination of practicality and adaptation reveals how Romans managed to house large numbers of people in relatively confined areas without collapsing into disorder. Yet, as with any dense urban environment, tensions must have existed. Noise from shops below disturbed those trying to rest above. Disputes arose over shared spaces, and dangers of fire or structural collapse weighed heavily on residents. Ancient satirists often mocked the discomforts of apartment life, yet for the people of Ostia, the insula represented opportunity. It meant being close to the port where jobs were plentiful, being connected to Rome through constant trade, and being part of a living city that thrived on exchange. For many, that outweighed the risks. Looking back today, the insulae of Ostia appear almost modern in concept. They are ancestors of the apartment blocks that define so many cities around the world. They demonstrate that the challenge of limited space and rising populations is not new but has been with humanity for millennia. Each wall, each stair, each worn threshold in Ostia whispers of adaptation, survival, and the ordinary yet extraordinary persistence of daily life. To lie awake and imagine those apartments at night, with flickering lamps casting shadows on painted walls, is to realize that history is not distant but close, echoing in the way we still live together in crowded cities, searching for both shelter and community. To continue exploring the insulae of Ostia, one must turn from the physical structures to the wider network of human interactions that gave these buildings their pulse. For the true story of these apartments lies not only in walls of brick, but in the lives, ambitions, and struggles of the people who called them home. In Ostia, the insula was not a cold, anonymous block, but a microcosm of society, where dozens of families, traders, and laborers coexisted within a single structure. Imagine standing at the base of one of these tall apartment blocks on a busy afternoon. The ground floor is alive with noise as shopkeepers call out to passers-by, offering bread, wine, salted fish, or small trinkets. Behind their counters, apprentices and children assist, weighing goods or sweeping the floor. The smells of fresh food, smoke from braziers, and the tang of the sea fill the air. Just above the shops, the first floor holds somewhat larger apartments, where middle-class families live. These homes might have plastered walls painted with simple geometric designs, a mosaic in the entryway, and perhaps even a private kitchen. Families here could afford slightly more comfort, and their rooms offered a vantage point over the street below. Yet as one climbs higher, conditions grow harsher. The second and third floors hold smaller units, often just 1 or 2 rooms where entire families sleep, eat, and store their belongings. Children share cramped sleeping areas, while adults manage their lives in the same limited space. At the very top, the poorest tenants endure the most difficult circumstances, tiny windowless rooms vulnerable to heat, cold, and the dangers of fire. They pay the least in rent, but sacrifice comfort and safety. Still, these upper floors echo with human presence. The sound of lullabies sung to restless children, the murmur of tired workers sharing meals, the laughter of neighbors telling jokes to ease the weight of long days. The insula, in its layered structure, was a vertical city of its own, mapping wealth and poverty into space itself. For historians, this arrangement is striking, for it mirrors the broader Roman world, where class distinctions were omnipresent, yet coexistence unavoidable. In the narrow staircases and shared courtyards, the wealthy shop owner might brush past the struggling dock worker, and both would rely on the same building for shelter. In this way, the insulae of Ostia remind us that architecture can embody social order just as much as it provides physical protection. Archaeology supports this picture with remarkable clarity. Excavations have uncovered entire blocks of insula, allowing us to trace staircases, courtyards, and shop fronts. In some buildings, traces of painted walls survive, faded yet still carrying color across centuries. Mosaic floors with patterns of dolphins, shells, or geometric lines show that even modest apartments contain touches of beauty. In other places, fragments of amphorae and cooking pots tell of daily meals, while oil lamps remind us of the dim light that guided residents through their evenings. These details may seem small, but together they form a vivid portrait of daily life. It is not the grand monuments of Rome that speak most clearly of human experience, but these quiet remains of ordinary households. Life in the insula also meant constant adjustment to the rhythms of the city. In the morning, workers left for the docks, carrying tools or leading donkeys laden with goods. Children attended schools or accompanied their parents to workshops. Women shopped at local markets, negotiating for bread, oil, or cloth, then returned to apartments to cook meals or mend clothes. The day was punctuated by the sounds of vendors, the rumble of carts, and the call of sailors. At midday, shutters closed against the sun, and some residents sought rest in shaded courtyards. By evening, as the harbor quieted, families gathered in their rooms, sharing stories and food, and praying at small household shrines. These simple rituals bound the community together. While the insula brought challenges, overcrowding, noise, and danger, it also fostered a sense of belonging. To live in such proximity meant sharing joys and burdens alike. A newborn child was celebrated by the whole stairwell. A sickness prompted neighbors to offer aid, and disputes were settled in the presence of a larger community that could not be ignored. The apartments of Ostia were not anonymous machines for living, but living networks of human resilience. They remind us that the story of Rome was not only written in marble palaces or in the Senate, but in these humble rooms where ordinary people lived with dignity, endured hardship, and found meaning in daily life. The remains of the insulae, quiet and weathered, stand today as silent testimony to a world where the strength of Rome rested not just on emperors and armies, but on the countless families who carried on in crowded apartments by the sea. When considering the insulae of Ostia, one must also remember that they were not isolated monuments of architecture, but living parts of a carefully orchestrated urban machine. The city of Ostia, positioned at the mouth of the Tiber River, was essential to Rome's survival because it acted as the gateway through which the empire's lifeblood, grain, oil, and countless other goods flowed into the capital. Without Ostia, Rome's million mouths could not have been fed, and without the workers who lived in the insulae, Ostia itself could not have functioned. The apartments, therefore, were more than places of rest. They were critical housing for the labor force that sustained the empire's greatest city. Walking through the ruins today, one can still trace the lines of these apartment blocks, positioned carefully near warehouses and marketplaces. This was no accident. Roman urban planners knew that proximity to work was vital. The dock workers who unloaded ships, the craftsmen who repaired sails, the bakers who supplied bread, and the shopkeepers who sold goods, all needed to live close to the center of commerce. The insula gave them this opportunity, compacting families into dense blocks that rose several stories high, efficiently using every available piece of land. In this way, the apartments reflect not just architectural ingenuity, but economic necessity, the practical response of a society determined to keep its port alive and thriving. Inside the insulae, daily life followed a rhythm that mirrored the pulse of the city. Early in the morning, long before the sun had fully risen, workers descended staircases carrying tools and sacks, while women opened shop fronts on the ground floor. Children fetched water from public fountains or carried baskets of bread and olives. The buildings echoed with footsteps, voices, and the low hum of preparation. As the harbor awoke, the streets outside filled with carts, animals, and merchants, while inside the insulae, families began their routines of cooking, cleaning, and caring for young ones. It was a world of constant movement, and the walls of the apartments absorbed this energy, holding within them the countless repetitions of human labor and endurance. Yet beyond the practical demands, there was also culture and identity. Residents decorated their rooms with painted plaster, small mosaics, or simple pottery that spoke of personal taste. Household shrines, known as lararia, were common, each one a tiny sanctuary, where families offered prayers to protective spirits. These sacred spaces remind us that even in cramped and modest apartments, Romans sought to bring meaning and spirituality into their daily lives. The insula was not merely shelter, but a stage on which human existence unfolded with all its rituals, hopes, and struggles. Archaeological evidence adds further richness to this picture. Excavations at Ostia have revealed fragments of painted walls in reds, blues, and yellows, faded yet still vivid enough to suggest lively interiors. Mosaics depicting fish, dolphins, and marine patterns highlight the connection between residents and the sea that sustained them. Amphorae shards found in courtyards tell of food stored and consumed, while oil lamps discovered in stairwells hint at the dim light that guided residents through their evenings. Each artifact, though small, is a fragment of a larger mosaic of life, reminding us that history is written not only in great battles and monuments, but in broken pots and worn thresholds. The insulae of Ostia also reflected broader Roman attitudes toward space and community. Privacy was minimal, and neighbors were constantly present in one another's lives. Disputes must have been frequent, over noise, over shared resources, over space itself, but so too was cooperation. In such close quarters, survival depended on tolerance and mutual aid. The insula was thus a school of social resilience, teaching its residents to navigate the tensions and solidarities of urban life. This aspect makes the insula strikingly familiar to modern observers, for even today, apartment living carries the same mix of challenge and community. To reflect on these apartments now, centuries later, is to realize that they embody a timeless human truth, that people adapt to circumstances, finding ways to live, to hope, and to endure even in tight spaces and difficult conditions. The insulae may look silent and lifeless in their ruined state, but once they were vibrant centers of human activity, echoing with laughter, argument, prayer, and song. Each brick still standing in Ostia whispers a reminder that history is not only about emperors or senators, but about countless ordinary families who lived, worked, and dreamed within these walls. The insulae of Ostia also remind us that architecture does not exist apart from the flow of human history, but is shaped by political, economic, and cultural forces that push societies to adapt. To fully grasp their importance, one must place these buildings in the context of Rome's immense growth during the imperial centuries, when population pressures forced innovations that remain relevant even today. By the 2nd century, Ostia had transformed from a modest military outpost guarding the mouth of the Tiber into a bustling port city, tightly woven into the fabric of Roman survival. Ships arrived daily from across the Mediterranean, carrying grain from Egypt, wine from Gaul, oil from Spain, and luxury goods from the East. The city thrummed with the energy of commerce, and with it came thousands of workers, traders, sailors, and families who needed places to live. The insulae rose to meet that demand, compact vertical structures where human lives were stacked together like the amphorae stored in the warehouses nearby. To live in one of these apartments was to be part of the very system that fed and clothed Rome. Each resident, no matter how humble, was connected to the empire's heartbeat, whether by unloading a ship, grinding flour, baking bread, or selling wares. The insula was thus not merely a solution to crowding, but an expression of the empire's complexity. The recognition that without organized housing, the machinery of Rome could not run smoothly. Archaeology shows us how deliberate the planning was. Entire neighborhoods of Ostia reveal insulae lined along paved streets, with shops at their base and staircases leading to crowded upper levels. Some contained courtyards where light and air circulated, while others were compact blocks without such luxuries, their residents enduring dim interiors and smoky air from braziers. Even so, the buildings stood firm, constructed with brick-faced concrete and arranged within a city plan that included fountains, bathhouses, and marketplaces. It was a balance between density and livability, a Roman attempt at creating functional urban life on a grand scale. The people inside these apartments lived in constant awareness of both opportunity and fragility. A man renting a ground floor unit might prosper as a shop owner, selling bread or cloth, while his upstairs neighbor, a dock worker, might struggle to afford even the smallest space. Families on the higher floors carried water up steep stairs daily, while those closer to the street enjoyed easier access, but faced the noise and chaos of constant traffic. Fires and collapses were always a risk, especially for the poor who lived in the least secure spaces. Yet even in hardship, the insulae were full of life. Children played in stairwells, women gathered to exchange news, neighbors shared meals or lent tools, and sailors brought stories from distant provinces. To live in an insula was to live in a community, tightly bound and impossible to ignore. The cultural meaning of the insula cannot be overlooked. For Romans, housing was more than shelter. It reflected identity and status. The wealthy lived in domus, private houses with atriums and gardens, while the majority of the urban population lived in insulae. This distinction shaped how people saw themselves and others. Yet within Ostia, even modest apartments could contain painted walls, decorative mosaics, or shrines to household gods. Residents created beauty in their limited spaces, asserting dignity in the face of constraint. These details remind us that human beings, across time, seek not only survival, but also meaning, and that even the humblest room can be transformed into a home through ritual, decoration, and memory. What makes the story of Ostia's apartments compelling today is how familiar it feels. The concerns of the residents, space, safety, noise, neighbors, are concerns that echo in modern cities around the world. The insulae prefigure the apartment blocks and high-rises of later centuries, showing us that the challenges of urban life have deep roots. In Ostia, 2,000 years ago, people were already grappling with the problems of crowding, infrastructure, and inequality that still shape our societies today. To reflect on these apartments is to reflect on ourselves, to see in their weathered bricks a mirror of our own struggles and adaptations. The ruins that remain, quiet under the sun, remind us not of grandeur, but of endurance. The endurance of ordinary families who carried the empire on their shoulders, whose lives, though unrecorded, were no less vital than those of emperors and generals. In their crowded rooms, Rome's survival was secured. And in remembering them, we restore balance to history, acknowledging that the strength of an empire lay not only in marble monuments, but in the daily lives of those who lived in the first apartment buildings of Ostia. To continue exploring the insulae of Ostia, we must look not only at the structures themselves, but also at the broader urban landscape that supported them. For these apartment buildings did not exist in isolation, but were part of a living network of streets, markets, warehouses, and public spaces that together formed the city. The placement of insulae was strategic, often situated near the great horrea or warehouses, where grain and goods were stored before being shipped to Rome. From these central hubs, workers streamed into their apartments at the end of long days, unloading ships or carrying amphorae. The insula was thus directly tied to the lifeblood of the empire, housing the very people who made the flow of goods possible. Streets were carefully arranged in grids, lined with wide sidewalks and drainage channels, showing the Roman mastery of order. At intersections, fountains provided water, and bathhouses dotted the city, offering relief from cramped apartments. Residents of insulae relied heavily on these public spaces, for their own homes were often too small for comfort. It is easy to imagine families spending evenings in courtyards or visiting bathhouses, not only for hygiene, but for social interaction. The insulae functioned in harmony with these institutions, forming part of a larger urban organism, where private life and public life were constantly intertwined. Excavations reveal how carefully designed some of these apartments were. Larger insulae contained inner courtyards with arcades, allowing air and light to circulate into the rooms. Others had staircases opening into shared galleries, from which neighbors could look into one another's homes. This intimacy defined life in Ostia, where privacy was scarce but community was strong. Residents knew the rhythms of their neighbors' lives, from the sounds of meals being prepared to the cries of infants in the night. The walls of the insula were thin, yet this closeness created bonds that helped families endure the challenges of crowded living. Archaeological evidence shows that not all insulae were the same. Some were grander, with decorated walls, mosaic floors, and larger spaces suitable for middle-class families. These apartments might have been rented by merchants who prospered from trade or officials overseeing port activity. Others were stark and modest, little more than single-room units for laborers. This variety highlights the diversity of Ostia's residents. Unlike the rigid separation of classes in Rome, Ostia's insulae brought together a mix of people, united by their reliance on the port. This blending of lives created a unique social fabric, where fortunes rose and fell within the same stairwell. The insula was a stage where wealth and poverty coexisted, where ambition and hardship played out side by side. The challenges of insula life cannot be overlooked. Carrying water up multiple flights of stairs was a daily burden. Fires, though feared, were an ever-present danger. Collapses, though less frequent in Ostia than in Rome, still haunted the minds of residents. Yet despite these risks, the insulae offered something invaluable: proximity to work, connection to community, and participation in the bustling life of one of Rome's most important cities. For many, these advantages outweighed the discomforts, making the insula not just a necessity but an opportunity. Standing among the ruins today, one can still sense the rhythm of that life. The outlines of shopfronts mark where goods were sold. Staircases lead upward, reminding us of the countless feet that once climbed them daily. Courtyards open to the sky, their stones echoing with memories of voices long gone. These remnants bring us close to the heartbeat of a Roman city, one that lived not through grand monuments, but through the ordinary resilience of its people. To study Ostia's apartments is to see the continuity of human adaptation, for they foreshadow the apartment blocks of modern cities. Their design, their function, and their challenges are deeply familiar to us even today. They remind us that while centuries pass and empires fall, the human need for shelter, for community, and for survival in crowded urban landscapes remains unchanged. The insulae of Ostia are thus more than ruins. They are lessons carved in stone, teaching us about resilience, innovation, and the endurance of ordinary life at the heart of an extraordinary empire. To continue the journey through the insulae of Ostia, one must imagine how these buildings connected not only to the physical needs of housing, but also to the psychological and cultural worlds of their residents. For in every wall and courtyard, there were signs of how Romans conceived of community, identity, and survival. The insula was a physical expression of Rome's ability to concentrate large populations in one place, while still maintaining a sense of order. Each apartment block was both a private dwelling and a public stage, where people lived side by side in an unavoidable closeness that demanded cooperation as much as it bred tension. The vertical layering of society within these buildings reflected Rome's broader social hierarchy, yet within the narrow staircases and shared galleries, distinctions often blurred. The baker who occupied the ground floor, selling loaves fresh from the oven, depended on the dock worker who lived above him, while both relied on the water carrier or the woman selling oil in the street below. These interdependencies created a web of shared survival, a reality that transcended class boundaries. To step into one of these insulae in the 2nd century would have been to step into a microcosm of Rome itself, bustling, diverse, full of contrasts. The archaeological remains bring this vision closer to us. In some insulae, fragments of painted walls survive, carrying bright reds and ochres that once gave life to otherwise dim interiors. In others, mosaics with geometric designs or marine imagery recall the constant presence of the sea. Household shrines carved into walls tell of families offering prayers to protective spirits, seeking safety in their crowded quarters. Pieces of pottery, cooking vessels, and oil lamps uncovered by archaeologists are silent yet eloquent witnesses to meals shared, nights illuminated by flickering flames, and conversations that once filled the rooms. These objects remind us that the grandeur of Rome rested not only in marble monuments, but in these fragile details of daily life. Yet the insulae were not free from hardship. Fires were a constant fear, for a single spark could race through upper floors built with wooden beams. Collapses could occur if landlords cut corners or neglected repairs. Noise was unrelenting, privacy rare, and sanitation limited. Still, despite these difficulties, the insula remained the only viable housing option for the majority of Ostia's population. The very existence of these buildings demonstrates the adaptability of Romans, who found ways to live within constraints while maintaining dignity. Many residents decorated their spaces with personal touches, filling rooms with pottery, textiles, and small pieces of art. Even in modest conditions, they sought to make their homes meaningful. This blend of endurance and creativity is what makes the study of Ostia's apartments so compelling. In their ruins, we glimpse not the story of emperors, but of ordinary lives, of children running up staircases, of women carrying water jars, of men returning home exhausted from the docks. To reflect on these apartments is to recognize that history's true foundation lies in such lives, unrecorded yet essential. The insula also invites reflection on the timeless human challenge of urban living. Crowding, inequality, and the tension between community and privacy are issues that resonate just as strongly today as they did 2,000 years ago. In modern cities, apartment blocks rise as solutions to density, and people continue to negotiate the same challenges of noise, neighbors, and shared resources. The insulae of Ostia stand as ancient predecessors of this way of life, showing us that urban adaptation is not a modern invention, but an old story repeated across centuries. What makes Ostia special is the preservation that allows us to see these truths so clearly. Walking among the ruins, we do not see faceless structures but the outlines of human lives imprinted on stone and brick. Every doorway suggests footsteps, every stair a journey repeated countless times, every wall the faint memory of voices once raised in joy, sorrow, or argument. To look at them is to be reminded that history is, at its heart, the accumulation of ordinary moments lived by ordinary people. The insulae of Ostia, though weathered and silent, speak across time with a quiet persistence, telling us that even in modest homes and crowded spaces, human life flourished with resilience, hope, and meaning. To bring our journey through the insulae of Ostia to a close, it is important to reflect not only on the bricks and mortar that have survived, but on the broader meaning these structures carry across centuries. For what stands in Ostia today is more than the ruin of ancient housing. It is a monument to the endurance of ordinary life, the kind of life that rarely enters the pages of history yet forms its truest foundation. The insula was at once practical and symbolic. Practical because it solved the pressing need of housing thousands of workers, families, and merchants in a city that pulsed with the lifeblood of empire. Symbolic because in their vertical structure, these apartments revealed the very shape of Roman society, layered by wealth and status yet bound together in one compact frame. At the bottom, shops and relatively comfortable units spoke of modest prosperity, while at the top, cramped rooms with little light bore witness to hardship. Between them flowed the endless rhythms of life, footsteps climbing staircases, voices rising in quarrel or laughter, prayers whispered at small shrines, and meals shared in dim interiors. To stand among the remains today is to sense these rhythms lingering like echoes. The walls of brick and concrete, though weathered, still hold the memory of countless human stories. Every threshold crossed by generations of feet, every courtyard once filled with chatter, every stairwell worn smooth by daily passage, reminds us of the resilience of people who lived 2 millennia ago. These were not emperors or generals, but dockworkers, bakers, sailors, and shopkeepers, whose collective effort sustained Rome itself. Without them, the grain ships would not have been unloaded, the markets would not have been supplied, and the capital's vast population could not have been fed. The grandeur of Rome, in truth, rested upon their shoulders, and the insulae of Ostia were their homes. Archaeological remains allow us to reconstruct this world with surprising clarity. We see the mosaics on floors depicting dolphins or shells, reminding us of the ever-present sea. We see painted walls that once brought color to otherwise dim rooms. We see shop fronts opening to streets where merchants sold their goods, and staircases climbing upward to spaces where families endured the heat of summer and the cold of winter. Each fragment of pottery, each lamp, each inscription adds to the picture of daily life lived in these walls. These discoveries teach us that history is not only about marble monuments or grand speeches, but about ordinary existence, about how people ate, slept, worked, and found meaning in their crowded homes. The insula also offers lessons for our modern world. Today, billions live in apartments and high-rises, facing many of the same issues of space, privacy, noise, and community. The challenges of urban life, it seems, are timeless. To look at Ostia's insulae is to recognize that our struggles are not unique, that human beings have long adapted to crowded conditions, finding ways to coexist and to create community even when space is scarce. In this way, the apartments of Ostia connect us across time, reminding us that we are part of a long continuum of urban existence. And perhaps there is something humbling in this realization. The mighty Roman Empire has long since fallen, its emperors remembered in statues and texts, its monuments scattered in ruins. But the insulae of Ostia, though less celebrated, still speak with a quiet power. They tell us that what endures in history is not only the story of conquest and power, but the story of ordinary human resilience. The people who lived in those apartments were not wealthy, they were not famous, yet their lives mattered. They are the silent foundation upon which the empire stood, and their memory survives in every brick still standing. As the sun sets over Ostia's ruins, casting long shadows across the empty courtyards and broken walls, one can almost hear the faint hum of life that once filled these spaces. It is a reminder that history is alive, not only in the great monuments, but in the smallest dwellings, in the lives of people who worked, loved, suffered, and dreamed. The first apartment buildings in ancient Ostia, humble yet ingenious, remain a symbol of adaptation, community, and endurance, a timeless testimony to the human spirit. And so our previous story has come to an end. Before we move on, may I kindly ask you for a like and a subscribe. It helps this quiet place continue. Now let us drift together into the next tale in our series, Boring History for Sleep. Tonight, we will follow the story of a letter traveling through ancient roads. To imagine the journey of a letter in the Roman world is to step into a vast network of roads, couriers, and relay stations that stretched across the empire like arteries carrying lifeblood. The Roman Empire was not only a political and military power, but also a communication system of extraordinary efficiency for its time, one that allowed a message written in ink on papyrus or parchment to travel from one end of the Mediterranean to the other. In our story, let us picture a single letter, sealed with wax and stamped with the sender's mark, leaving a villa outside Rome in the 2nd century of our era. It begins in the quiet of an atrium, where a scribe carefully copies the words dictated by a senator or merchant. The letter is folded, tied, and sealed, a fragile object carrying weighty meaning, news of trade, instructions for business, or perhaps the personal words of friendship or love. Once complete, the letter is entrusted to a courier, often a slave or freedman in the service of a household, or in the case of official business, to a rider of the imperial postal system, the cursus publicus. From this moment, the letter is no longer still. It becomes part of the restless movement of Rome's world. Leaving the villa, the courier joins the roads that radiate outward from the capital. These were no ordinary roads. Built with stone, gravel, and careful engineering, Roman roads were designed to last centuries, straight and solid across plains and hills alike. Milestones marked distances, and along the routes were way stations where horses could be changed and couriers could rest. For our letter, each stage of the journey meant new hands, new footsteps, and the ceaseless sound of hooves striking stone. Imagine the bustle at a station, riders dismounting, stable boys leading horses to troughs, fresh mounts being prepared, and officials stamping documents to confirm safe passage. The letter itself, small and silent, passes from one satchel to another, moving forward without pause. By day, the roads are busy with travelers, soldiers marching in formation, merchants with carts of goods, peasants walking to market, and pilgrims heading toward shrines. Our letter travels among them, unseen but constant, carried swiftly by the authority of Rome's system. By night, when torches burn at way stations and inns, the courier rests briefly, eating coarse bread and cheese before resuming the ride at dawn. Through towns and villages, across rivers and valleys, the letter moves onward, its journey measured not in hours, but in days and weeks. The content of the letter gives it power, for words are not mere marks, but forces that can change lives. A message might announce the arrival of ships laden with grain, the appointment of an official, or the health of a distant relative. For the receiver, waiting anxiously in another city, the letter is a lifeline, the bridge between absence and presence. And so every step of its journey matters. Every hand that touches it participates in a chain of connection that ties the empire together. To stand on one of these ancient roads today is to feel that continuity. The stones, worn smooth by centuries of feet and hooves, still stretch straight across the landscape. They remind us of the countless journeys made along them, not only of soldiers and emperors, but of humble letters like the one we imagine. The Roman roads, in their precision and permanence, were not only instruments of conquest, but of communication, allowing thoughts to move as swiftly as armies. Our letter, carried along these roads, is more than paper and ink. It is a symbol of Rome's reach, of human desire to connect across distance, of the fragile yet enduring power of words entrusted to the road. As our letter continues its passage through the empire, its journey is marked by the remarkable order and discipline that the Romans brought to their vast system of roads and couriers. It is easy to imagine the small folded papyrus, tied with string and sealed with wax, resting in the leather satchel of a rider as he speeds along the Via Appia, the Queen of Roads, heading away from the capital. The Appian Way, with its large stone slabs laid so carefully that they have survived centuries, was the pride of Roman engineering. Along its straight and steady lines, milestones mark the distances, inns and way stations provide shelter, and aqueducts arch gracefully across the landscape. For our letter, this road is not merely a path, but a lifeline, a ribbon of stone connecting sender and receiver across time and space. The courier who carries it is part of the cursus publicus, the imperial postal system established by Augustus and refined by later emperors. This service was designed to ensure the rapid transmission of government orders, but along its routes also traveled private letters and messages entrusted to reliable messengers. At each mutatio, or posting station, fresh horses awaited, cared for by stable hands who understood the urgency of swift travel. The rider would dismount, hand over his exhausted mount, and in moments be on his way again with a fresh animal, the letter never leaving his side. At larger stations called mansiones, the courier could rest briefly, eat bread, cheese, and olives, perhaps drink watered wine, while officials checked seals and logged arrivals. Our letter, though silent, is carefully recorded as part of this chain of responsibility, ensuring that it does not vanish into neglect. The empire depended on such reliability, for words carried in letters could determine the movement of legions, the shipment of grain, or the private affairs of families waiting anxiously for news. As the courier continues along the road, the landscape shifts. He passes through fields where peasants bend to tend crops, through villages where children pause to watch the rider flash past, through small towns where markets hum with activity. Merchants drive carts laden with amphorae, soldiers march in formation, pilgrims walk in groups toward distant shrines. The road itself is a stage on which the entire empire moves, and our letter, hidden in its pouch, is part of this endless motion. At night, the courier rests at a station, the satchel placed under his head for safety, while torches flicker in the courtyard and other travelers share food and stories. By dawn, he is riding again, hooves striking stone in rhythm with his heartbeat. Days pass like this, one after another, until the distance grows shorter. Along the way, our letter may cross bridges built of solid stone, marvels of engineering that carried the roads over rivers and valleys. It may pass through mountain passes where cold winds whip against the courier's cloak, or through flat plains where the horizon stretches endlessly. Through it all, the order of Rome keeps the journey secure. Even bandits fear to attack couriers of the cursus publicus, for they ride under the authority of the emperor himself. What began as ink on a page in a quiet villa has now traveled miles across provinces, supported by an infrastructure unparalleled in the ancient world. The letter is fragile, but the system that carries it is powerful, designed to outlast storms, fatigue, and distance. In this way, the letter's journey is not just about communication, but about the triumph of organization and the will of empire. Every mile covered is proof of Rome's ability to bind together lands and peoples once separate, to create unity through stone roads and human effort. And so the letter moves on, step by step, day by day, carried ever closer to its destination, a silent witness to the extraordinary reach of Rome. As the letter continues its long journey across the Roman world, it moves through landscapes that shift like a tapestry, unrolling before the courier's eyes, each mile revealing new towns, new people, and new challenges that must be endured before the message reaches its destination. Imagine the courier riding along a wide, stone-paved road, the sound of hooves ringing steadily, the air filled with dust rising from the ground. On either side stretch fields of wheat and vineyards, their abundance a reminder that these very goods flow along the same routes to feed the capital. Farmers glance up from their work as the rider passes, knowing by the sight of his satchel and the speed of his horse that he carries messages of importance. Along the road, milestones stand like silent guardians, carved with inscriptions naming the emperor and marking the distance from Rome, symbols of order in a vast and varied land. Our letter, small and silent, continues on, passed from one rider to another as fresh horses are exchanged at each mutatio. At larger mansiones, the courier might spend an evening, joining soldiers, merchants, and travelers around a hearth where stories of distant provinces mingle with the smell of roasting meat and the crackle of fire. While others sleep soundly, the courier remains vigilant, the satchel never leaving his side, for the responsibility of carrying written words is sacred in the empire. In towns along the way, the roads narrow as the rider weaves through markets alive with noise, vendors shouting prices for olives, figs, and cloth, children darting between stalls, priests leading processions toward local temples. Our letter, hidden within its pouch, passes unnoticed through this vibrant world, yet its presence links these scenes to distant places, binding together the far reaches of the empire. Beyond towns, the road stretches into wilderness. Forests rise with tall pines and oaks, where shadows fall long and deep. The courier presses forward, alert to the possibility of bandits who sometimes lurk along lonely stretches. Yet the authority of Rome and the frequent patrols of soldiers keep the way relatively safe. In valleys, bridges of stone arch gracefully across rivers, allowing the courier to pass swiftly without delay. In the mountains, the road twists upward, narrow and steep, where cold winds bite and hooves slip on damp stone. Through every challenge, the letter continues, fragile yet protected by the system that ensures its survival. Days become weeks, and the courier grows weary, but he knows the weight of his duty. The words contained in that folded papyrus may carry orders that shift trade, instructions that alter fortunes, or simple personal lines that comfort a distant friend. For the recipient, the letter will not be small. It will be vital, the bridge across absence. And so, every stage of the journey is endured with care. As the letter crosses provinces, it moves not only through geography, but through cultures. Latin words on milestones remind the traveler of the empire's heart, yet the people along the road speak different dialects, worship different gods, and live lives shaped by local traditions. The roads tie them all together, carrying not just goods and soldiers, but ideas, languages, and connections. Our letter, though only one among many, is part of this grand circulation. It embodies the empire's ability to make distance vanish, to turn faraway lands into neighbors linked by stone and by will. To picture the letter's movement is to picture Rome itself, an empire of roads, order, and communication, whose strength lay not only in armies, but in the ability to send thoughts across mountains and seas. The courier rides on, his horse breathing heavily in the night air, the stars guiding his path as much as the milestones. Each dawn brings him closer. Each mile covered a triumph of endurance, and through it all the letter remains steady, a quiet passenger on a vast network of roads that defined an age. As our letter moves deeper into the provinces of the Roman world, it enters landscapes that reveal the vast scale of the empire, where each stone laid upon the road binds together territories once separated by seas and mountains. Imagine the courier riding at dawn, the sky glowing faintly above distant hills, his horse's breath visible in the cool air as hooves strike rhythmically against stone. The road before him stretches straight and unwavering, bordered by ditches for drainage and lined with milestones engraved with imperial names, each one a reminder that this path is not random, but the deliberate hand of Rome shaping the land. The letter, folded and sealed, rests silently in his satchel, yet its weight is more than the thin papyrus suggests, for within its words lies the authority of communication. The bridge between people who may never meet yet are bound by ink and wacken along the way. The courier passes fortified towns where walls rise against the horizon, their gates marked with Roman standards. Inside, markets stir to life. Vendors set up stalls of grain, pottery, and fabrics, while travelers gather at inns to share news of distant places. Our courier, focused and weary, does not linger. He drinks water at a fountain carved from stone, checks the seal of the letter for safety, and continues his ride. Beyond the towns stretch fields of wheat and vineyards planted in neat rows, their abundance a sign of prosperity made possible by the roads that carry goods to markets. Farmers pause their work to watch the rider pass, aware that letters such as his may carry orders that affect harvests, taxes, and trade. To them, he is a fleeting figure, yet his duty threads their lives to the empire's heart. The journey is not always easy. In valleys, the courier must cross bridges of remarkable engineering, their arches spanning rivers swollen by rain. In forests, shadows grow thick, and the sound of hooves echoes strangely among trees. Bandits are a danger here, but patrols of soldiers keep the way relatively secure, for the Romans knew that safe roads meant safe power. At night, the courier finds rest at way stations, where lamps flicker in courtyards, and the smell of meals drifts from kitchens. Around him are others, merchants, soldiers, officials, all carried forward by the same roads, each with their own purpose. Our letter rests nearby, wrapped carefully, silent yet central to the courier's thoughts. He knows that it cannot be lost, for its contents may shape the lives of those who await it. Days blend into weeks. Landscapes change from flat plains to rolling hills, from river valleys to mountain passes. In one region, olive trees spread across the horizon, their twisted trunks whispering of centuries. In another, the air is filled with the salt of the sea, gulls circling above as the road approaches a coastal town. Everywhere the courier rides, the road remains constant, stone beneath hooves, milestones beside the path, inns and stations at regular intervals, an unbroken line of civilization across diversity. Our letter moves onward, unseen yet unfaltering, supported by this grand design. To imagine this journey is to understand that the Roman Empire was not held together by legions alone, but by the quiet persistence of communication. Every letter carried across these roads, whether orders to a governor, accounts for merchants, or words of affection between friends, was part of the empire's lifeblood. Our letter is one among thousands, yet it represents them all, the fragile yet enduring power of words carried over distance. The courier presses forward, cloak pulled tightly against wind or rain, eyes scanning the horizon for the next station. He knows his role is small, yet within it lies the strength of Rome, for without communication, the empire would falter. The letter remains, sealed and steady, moving closer each day to its destination, a symbol of the order and reach that defined an age. As the letter moves farther from Rome, its journey begins to reflect not only the efficiency of the Roman system, but also the extraordinary variety of the lands bound together under imperial control. To follow its path is to witness the empire itself in motion, a vast mosaic of cultures, landscapes, and peoples tied together by the discipline of stone roads and the rhythm of couriers. Our rider presses onward, his horse carrying him past valleys, where aqueducts stride across the land like colossal arches, channeling water to distant towns. These feats of engineering stand beside the roads as twin symbols of Rome's mastery, one carrying water, the other carrying words. The letter he carries is but a small folded sheet of papyrus, its seal hardened in red wax. Yet within it rests a voice traveling over distances that once seemed impossible to bridge. At a mutatio, a posting station marked by simple stables and a small courtyard, the courier dismounts. His horse is led away, steaming with sweat, while another, fresh and restless, is prepared. He accepts the new mount without ceremony, drinks briefly from a clay jug of water, and sets off again. The system is designed for speed, and there is no room for delay. At Amancio later that evening, a larger station with rooms and a kitchen, he eats bread and lentil stew among other travelers. Soldiers talk of their garrisons, merchants discuss prices of olive oil, and local farmers barter goods. Yet the courier speaks little, his mind on the satchel that rests close by. The letter is his charge, and until it reaches its destination, he will allow no distraction. The journey takes him through forests where the canopy thickens and shadows lengthen, the calls of birds echoing overhead. He rides carefully, for though patrols make the road relatively safe, dangers still lurk in these quiet places. Beyond the trees, fields open wide again, dotted with villas where landowners oversee laborers, tending vines or harvesting grain. Children pause their play to wave at the rider as he passes, knowing he belongs to the official service of the empire. Each village and town is a reminder of the network sustained by Rome. Markets bustling with goods, temples where incense drifts upward, amphitheaters preparing for performances, and bathhouses filled with laughter and chatter. The letter passes through all this unnoticed, yet it connects these lives to the wider empire. It may contain instructions for trade, news of family, or simply greetings across distance. But whatever its content, it symbolizes continuity. Without such letters, people would remain isolated. With them, they are bound in a web of communication. As days turn into weeks, the courier sees the diversity of Rome more clearly. In one province, he passes marble quarries where blocks are being prepared for shipment to distant cities. In another, he skirts a harbor where ships lie anchored, their sails furled, waiting for favorable winds. At crossroads, inscriptions carved in Latin mark distances and directions, while local dialects hum in the air around him, a chorus of voices from cultures that Rome has absorbed. The letter continues silently, unfaltering, through these varied worlds. To imagine its journey is to imagine the empire itself, vast, complex, and yet connected by the steady pulse of roads. At night, when the courier rests at Amancio, oil lamps flicker against plastered walls painted with simple designs. He eats quickly, feeds his horse, and sleeps lightly. Others around him tell stories, laugh, or sing, but he holds his duty close, aware that he is part of something larger. The letter in his care is one among thousands, but each carries meaning, each binds people together across distance. It is this endless chain of communication that sustains Rome as much as its legions or its laws. And so the journey continues. The courier mounts again, cloak drawn against morning chill, eyes fixed on the horizon. The road stretches before him, straight and sure, carved into the earth with the determination of empire. The letter remains steady in its pouch, inching ever closer to its recipient, a silent testament to the Roman belief that nothing, not distance nor time, should prevent the flow of words. As the letter continues its long passage along the endless veins of stone that knit the Roman Empire together, its journey becomes a reflection of the very system that allowed Rome to endure as the greatest power of the ancient world. Each mile is carried forward by the strength of infrastructure, by the discipline of couriers, and by the sheer will of an empire determined to conquer distance. Imagine the courier now crossing wide plains where the road runs straight for miles, a silver ribbon glinting under the sun. The horse moves at a steady pace, its hooves striking rhythmically against the paving stones, while dust rises in the warm air. At intervals, milestones appear, carved with Latin inscriptions recording the name of the emperor who oversaw their construction. Each stone is both a marker of distance and a reminder of authority, proclaiming that this path, like the empire itself, was built to last. The letter rests quietly in the satchel, sealed with wax, its contents still hidden, yet it carries within it urgency and expectation. Perhaps it is a merchant's order for grain, a senator's instructions to an associate, or a message of affection from one household to another. Whatever its content, it is precious to the one who awaits it, and that sense of importance gives weight to every moment of the courier's ride. As he travels, the road leads him into bustling provincial towns, each alive with the pulse of Roman life. Markets fill the air with voices haggling over prices. Carts rattle across cobblestones, and fountains pour clear water into stone basins. At temples, incense burns, and prayers are spoken to Jupiter, Minerva, or local gods, absorbed into Rome's pantheon. Soldiers patrol the streets, their armor gleaming, while children run through alleys laughing. Through it all, the courier passes swiftly, pausing only to water his horse, or exchange a brief word at a posting station. At the Mancio, where travelers gather at long wooden tables, he eats quickly, bread, olives, a little cheese, and listens to the conversations around him. Merchants discuss profits, farmers grumble about taxes, soldiers boast of victories, and entertainers sing ballads of heroes. Yet the courier remains silent, his focus fixed on the satchel at his side. The letter is not his to read, yet it is his responsibility to protect. At dawn he rides again, guided by the glow of the rising sun and the straight certainty of the road. The path leads through hills where terraced farms rise in steps toward the sky, their vineyards neatly arranged, their olive trees gnarled and ancient. He hears the murmur of streams, the calls of shepherds tending flocks, and the distant ring of hammers in villages, where craftsmen labor at forges. The empire is alive around him, each sound a note in the symphony of Roman order, and through it moves our letter, silent yet powerful. Beyond the hills lie forests where tall trees stand in solemn silence. Here the road narrows, the air cool and damp, the sound of hooves muffled by fallen leaves. The courier rides cautiously, alert for shadows that might hide bandits, but he knows that the authority of Rome extends even here. Patrols of soldiers keep the roads secure, and even those who would rob travelers think twice before attacking one who rides for the imperial system. In valleys, the road crosses bridges that rise like stone giants over rushing rivers. The arches are masterpieces of engineering, allowing the courier to pass swiftly without pause. Each bridge is a victory over nature, each span a declaration that Rome does not yield to terrain. The letter crosses with him, carried from one side to another with unbroken speed. Days blur into weeks, the courier's face weathered by sun and wind, his horse exchanged many times at way stations, his body tired yet unyielding. Through rain and storm, through heat and dust, he presses forward, because the system demands it. The letter must arrive, for Rome's unity depends on such deliveries. Without them, provinces would falter, armies would lose direction, and families would be left in silence. The letter, small though it is, embodies the strength of communication, the thread that binds empire together. And so it travels still, silent but relentless, drawing nearer each day to the hands that await it. It is more than paper and ink. It is presence carried across absence, a voice made mobile by the stone roads of Rome. As the journey of our letter stretches onward, it becomes clear that the Roman road system was more than a convenience. It was the very skeleton of the empire, holding together territories that would otherwise have remained distant and fragmented. Each step of the courier's horse, is a reminder of the immense effort required to maintain such unity. Picture him now as he rides through a landscape of vast plains under the burning sun, the road running straight and true, flanked by drainage ditches that keep it dry even after heavy rains. The stones beneath the hooves are smooth from centuries of travel, worn by carts, soldiers, and endless footsteps. Along the edges, travelers rest beneath makeshift shelters, their goods piled nearby, while beggars stretch out their hands hoping for a coin. The courier does not linger. His duty pushes him forward. The letter, sealed in mica, is steady in its pouch, a silent passenger moving through an empire in motion. By midday, he arrives at a bustling provincial center where the road passes directly through the forum. The marketplace is alive with voices, merchants shouting prices for fruits, fabrics, and pottery, while magistrates in white togas stride across the square. Inscriptions on stone walls declare new decrees, while statues of emperors watch over the crowd. The courier pushes through without pause, his horse weaving between carts and animals, because the letter he carries cannot wait. Perhaps it contains military instructions, perhaps financial orders, perhaps words of comfort, but whatever its content, time is its enemy, and the road is its ally. Beyond the forum, the road continues past villas with painted walls and colonnaded gardens. Children play in courtyards, dogs bark at the rider's approach, and farmers return from fields carrying tools over their shoulders. The world of ordinary life unfolds around the courier, yet he remains apart, moving swiftly, bound to a greater mission. At a mansio outside the town, he rests briefly. Attendants bring fodder for his horse, clerks check documents, and travelers gather to eat stew and drink watered wine. Lamps flicker in the gathering dusk, casting long shadows against plastered walls decorated with simple patterns. The courier swallows food quickly, exchanges a few words with another rider, and then sleeps lightly on a cot, the satchel tucked under his arm. By dawn, he is on the road again, riding into the cool air of morning. The path leads him toward rugged terrain where mountains rise against the horizon. The ascent is steep, and the air grows thin and cold. His horse breathes heavily, hooves striking sparks against the stones. Here, milestones are fewer, but still they stand, weathered yet legible, proclaiming the reach of Rome even in such harsh places. In narrow passes, the courier rides carefully, the road edged by cliffs on one side and sheer drops on the other. The letter travels with him through danger, each step a triumph of endurance. At night, he camps at a small outpost where soldiers stand guard. Fires crackle in the darkness, and the men speak of distant campaigns. The courier sits quietly, polishing his gear, his thoughts on the letter that still waits in silence. He knows little of its contents, yet he knows it must reach its destination. It is his duty, and duty, under Rome, is everything. The days blend into one another, the courier riding through changing landscapes. Green valleys where rivers sparkle, dusty stretches where the horizon shimmers with heat, coastal roads where salt winds whip against his cloak. In every place, the road remains, straight and firm, the constant companion of empire. Our letter continues unseen, yet it carries within it all the weight of connection. The promise of news, the power of orders, the comfort of words written far away. To follow its path is to glimpse the empire itself, not as a map, but as a living organism, bound together by stone, by discipline, and by communication. And so the letter travels on, across mountains and valleys, through towns and forests, closer each day to its waiting hands. It is fragile in form, but mighty in meaning, a reminder that in the Roman world, words traveled as swiftly as armies, shaping the fate of people across an empire without end. As the letter continues its relentless journey through the Roman world, it approaches the outer stretches of provinces where the roads, though still strong and straight, feel less familiar to the courier, who has already exchanged mounts and passed through countless stations. The landscape around him now carries the flavor of distant lands, with dialects familiar to his ear and customs shaped by local traditions. Yet the unifying thread of Roman authority still holds everything together. The milestones along the road, carved with the names of emperors and distances measured carefully from the heart of Rome, assure him that the empire's grasp extends even here. Our letter remains in its pouch, sealed with wax, but in its silence it gathers meaning with every mile, becoming a symbol of connection across boundaries that once seemed insurmountable. The courier presses on through fertile plains dotted with olive groves and vineyards, their harvest destined to travel back along the same roads to Rome. Farmers working the fields pause to watch him ride by, recognizing the insignia of the imperial service on his satchel, knowing instinctively that he carries words of consequence. In towns along the way, the roads grow crowded with carts, animals, and merchants. Markets hum with life as locals barter for spices, fabrics, and pottery, while magistrates oversee civic duties in stone forums shaded by colonnades. The courier moves swiftly through this noise, guided by his mission, pausing only to water his horse at public fountains before riding on. At each mancio, clerks confirm his passage, and soldiers nod in respect, for couriers of the cursus publicus carry the authority of Rome itself. At night, under the glow of oil lamps, he eats with strangers who share the road, merchants speaking of profits, pilgrims bound for temples, and entertainers who travel from town to town. Yet the courier's thoughts never drift far from the letter resting securely at his side. Though he does not know its contents, he knows it matters deeply to someone awaiting its arrival, and that certainty fuels his resolve. The journey grows harsher as the road ascends into rocky terrain, where winds howl and paths narrow between jagged cliffs. The horse labors, its breath clouding in the chill air. Yet the road, built with Roman precision, holds firm, even here. Bridges of stone span gorges, their arches defying the wildness of nature, allowing safe passage where otherwise there would be none. The courier rides carefully, aware of the dangers of fatigue and the ever-present possibility of ambush, but patrols keep the way mostly secure. Beyond the mountains, the land opens again into valleys where rivers wind lazily toward the sea. Here the air is softer, carrying scents of salt and pine, and the road runs smoother, leading the courier toward his destination. Villages dot the countryside, their houses simple yet touched by Roman influence in tiled roofs and paved streets. Children run out to see the rider gallop past, their laughter carried on the breeze. Each step of the horse brings the letter closer to the hands that await it, closer to the moment when silence will be broken by words read aloud. To imagine this journey is to recognize the genius of Roman design, for it is not merely an army that keeps the empire alive, but the constant flow of information, orders, instructions, messages of trade, and personal notes that maintain the ties of society. Our letter, though fragile, is carried by a system stronger than steel, supported by roads that defy time, by men who endure hardship, and by the belief that communication must never falter. As the sun sets on another long day, the courier arrives at a station where soldiers stand watch, their armor gleaming in the firelight. He dismounts, hands the horse to stable boys, and sits briefly by the hearth. He eats little, drinks sparingly, and keeps the satchel close. The letter is almost at its journey's end, yet until it is delivered, his duty remains unbroken. He knows that he is part of something greater than himself, that this small object in his care represents the empire's promise, that distance can be conquerors, that absence can be bridged, and that words can travel across mountains and seas to bind people together. And so he rests only briefly, for at dawn he will rise again, mount another horse, and carry the letter onward, ever closer to the hands waiting to break its seal. As the letter nears the end of its long journey, the roads begin to feel familiar again, though the courier himself has changed, hardened by weeks of travel through provinces, forests, mountains, and plains. His cloak is worn from wind and rain, his face darkened by sun and dust, but his determination remains unbroken, for he knows that his mission carries more than his own effort. The letter in his satchel, small and fragile, represents a promise that words written in one place can find their way to another, that absence can be bridged by ink and wax, and that Rome, through its roads, can defy distance itself. The road stretches before him as he passes through fertile valleys, where fields ripple with grain in the wind, and vineyards climb the slopes in ordered rows. Farmers wave as he rides past, recognizing the imperial service by the insignia he bears, and they bow slightly out of respect, for they know such riders carry the lifeblood of empire. He does not slow, only lifts a hand in acknowledgement, his focus fixed on the horizon. At midday he enters a bustling town, where the forum is alive with noise. Merchants shout prices for goods, animals bray, and fountains sparkle in the sun. Magistrates sit in shaded porticos, hearing petitions, while children dart through the crowd laughing. The courier weaves his horse carefully through the throng, the letter steady at his side. He stops briefly at the Mancio, where clerks confirm his passage and stamp his documents, recording that another stage has been completed. The seal of the letter is checked carefully, its wax untouched, its string unbroken, proof that the chain of custody has held firm across every mile. After a quick meal of bread and figs, he mounts again and continues. The road now leads him toward coastal lands where the air is heavy, with the scent of salt, and gulls circle overhead. To his left, the sea glitters, endless and alive with ships whose sails billow in the wind. Cargo flows into harbors where warehouses rise like stone fortresses, and sailors shout as they unload amphora filled with oil and wine. The courier rides past, his pace steady, his mind on the letter that waits in silence. Perhaps its message concerns such trade. Perhaps it speaks of family, perhaps of matters of state. He does not know, yet he feels its importance in every mile. Beyond the coast, the road bends inland again, leading through villages where tiled roofs gleam in the afternoon light. Children run alongside the horse for a while, curious about the rider who travels with such purpose. Old men sitting at doorways nod in recognition, whispering that he must carry the emperor's business. In truth, every letter entrusted to the system carries some weight of empire, for each is a thread in the great web that holds provinces to Rome. As dusk falls, the courier reaches a final way station before the destination. He dismounts wearily, handing his horse to stable hands, and sits briefly by the fire. Around him, other travelers talk of their journeys. Soldiers speak of patrols, merchants count their profits, and pilgrims prepare prayers. But the courier remains apart, the satchel always close. He eats sparingly, drinks water, and lies down on a cot. Yet his sleep is light, for he knows the letter must be delivered on the morrow. In the quiet of night, the firelight flickers on the walls, and he thinks of the sender who pressed the wax seal and of the receiver who waits anxiously, unaware that the message is so near. He feels himself only a bridge, one link in a chain of countless others who serve to move words across empire. At dawn he rises, pulls his cloak around his shoulders, and mounts a fresh horse. The road is shorter now, the milestones fewer. Each hoofbeat brings the letter closer to its moment of revelation, when its silence will end and its words will be read aloud. The courier rides with steady purpose, and the letter, patient and enduring, draws near to the hands for which it was written, carrying with it not only ink and parchment, but the promise of connection that has sustained its long passage through the ancient roads of Rome. At last, the journey of the letter draws to its conclusion, a passage that has carried it across miles of stone roads, through valleys and mountains, past villages, towns, and bustling provincial forums. The courier who now approaches his destination is no longer the same man who first left Rome's outskirts. His face is marked by the wind, his cloak worn from rain and sun, his body tired, yet sustained by the sense of duty that has guided every hoofbeat of his horse. The satchel at his side, worn smooth from countless adjustments along the way, still guards the fragile sheet of papyrus, folded, tied, and sealed in wax, a message that has traveled farther and more faithfully than many men of its time ever could. In the cool light of dawn, he enters the final stretch of road, lined with cypress trees that cast long shadows across the stone pavement. Farmers already at work pause to watch as the courier passes, recognizing by his pace and the insignia on his gear that he rides under the authority of the cursus publicus. Children run to the roadside, their eyes wide, whispering to one another about the important letter he must carry. The sound of the horse's hooves echoes like a drumbeat of anticipation, for the letter's journey is almost complete. Soon the road opens to reveal the town that waits at the end of this mission. Its gates rise tall, fortified yet welcoming, its streets alive with the hum of daily life. Merchants arrange stalls, magistrates stride toward the forum, and smoke rises from bakeries preparing loaves for the morning. The courier does not slow to admire these scenes. His task is singular. He guides his horse directly through the streets, past the chatter of vendors and the shuffle of carts, until at last he reaches the domus of the intended recipient. The house is grander than most, with painted walls and a carved doorway, but even if it were simple, the delivery would be no less vital. For in Rome's world, a letter is not judged by the grandeur of the place it enters, but by the meaning it carries within. Dismounting, the courier stands tall despite his fatigue, adjusting his cloak and removing the satchel with deliberate care. A household servant greets him at the entrance, eyes widening as he recognizes the official seal that marks this delivery as sanctioned by the empire. The courier produces the letter, unmarked and intact, the wax seal gleaming faintly in the light. With a final nod, he passes it into waiting hands, his duty fulfilled at last. For the recipient, the moment of receiving the letter is far more than the touch of papyrus. It is the restoration of presence across absence. Perhaps it brings news of trade agreements, shifting fortunes for merchants. Perhaps it carries instructions from Rome that will alter the course of local governance. Perhaps it is personal, the words of a friend, a son, or a lover who has been distant for months. Whatever the content, it bridges the gap that distance had imposed, carrying thoughts, commands, and affections, as surely as if the sender now stood within the same room. In that instant, the silent endurance of the letter finds its purpose, its words ready to be spoken, its meaning ready to be known. For the courier, there is no need to ask what lies within. His role has been completed in the miles he has ridden, the dangers he has faced, the sleepless nights he has endured. He accepts his reward, food, coin, and rest, and prepares to take up another assignment, another letter, another journey. For this is the endless rhythm of the Roman road system. Letters never cease, messages never stop, and couriers forever carry the pulse of empire from one end to another. And so the story of our letter comes to its close. Born in the quiet of an atrium where words were spoken and written, sealed by wax and trust, carried across the straight roads of Rome, through forests, valleys, mountains, and seas of people, it has finally reached its destination. It is more than parchment and ink. It is proof of Rome's mastery of connection, proof that words can travel across distance, proof that human desire for communication is as enduring as stone. As the sun sets upon the town and the letter lies in the hands of the one for whom it was written, the roads outside remain busy with riders and travelers. Tomorrow, new letters will begin their journeys. New voices will seek to cross absence, and the empire will continue to bind itself together through the ceaseless movement of messages. This one-letter story is complete, but its echo lingers in the roads themselves, in the knowledge that communication is the truest conquest of Rome. Cho mình outro. Cảm ơn các bạn đã lựa chọn xem video của Sleep Whisper. Chúc bạn ngày mới khi thức dậy gặp nhiều may mắn và thành công trong công việc. Hẹn gặp lại các bạn vào tối mai tại Sleep Whisper. To imagine a normal day for a baker in the year 1850 is to step quietly into the rhythm of a world without machines, without electric light, and without the modern speed that surrounds us today. It begins in the deep hours of night, when most of the town is still asleep, and the streets lie silent under the faint glow of the moon. In a small bakery tucked along a cobbled street, a man rises from his straw mattress and begins his work. The air is cool, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke from neighboring chimneys, and the silence is broken only by the shuffle of his footsteps. He ties his apron, rolls up his sleeves, and prepares for the labor ahead, for bread is not made in haste, but with patience, strength, and steady attention. In the dim light of an oil lamp, he measures out sacks of flour, milled from wheat that was harvested in nearby fields only months before. The flour is coarse by modern standards, but to the people of 1750, it is the very foundation of daily life. He pours it into a great wooden trough, adds water drawn earlier from a well, and sprinkles in yeast carefully preserved from the previous day's batch. With strong hands, he mixes the dough, kneading it rhythmically, pressing and folding, until the mixture begins to take form. This work is heavy, demanding the strength of shoulders and arms, but it is familiar to him, for he has done it countless times. The dough will become loaves that feed families, sustain workers, and mark the day's meals for the entire town. The baker moves with practiced motions, his body almost an extension of the task itself. He works in silence, except for the steady sound of dough slapping against the trough. The oven nearby, built of brick and clay, has already been lit earlier in the night. Logs crackle as they burn down to glowing embers, filling the bakery with warmth. The air grows heavy with heat, a reminder that the baker's work is not just labor, but endurance, for he must spend hours in this sweltering space. Once the dough is prepared, he shapes it into round loaves and long rolls, arranging them carefully on wooden boards. He checks the fire, using a long-handled tool to spread the embers evenly, creating the right temperature within the oven's cavernous mouth. Then, one by one, he slides the loaves inside, the scent of baking bread slowly beginning to rise. It is a smell that will soon drift out into the streets, mingling with the dawn air, drawing townspeople from their homes. Outside, the town remains mostly dark, though a few windows glow with candles as others begin to stir. Farmers preparing to take produce to market harness their carts. Milkmaids rise to tend cows, and the first footsteps echo faintly against the stones. But still, the baker works, unseen, his labor ahead of the day. By the time most of the town is awake, his bread will be ready, lined neatly in baskets, and placed on wooden shelves. In 1750, bread is not merely food, but life itself. For many families, it is the staple of every meal, eaten with a little cheese, perhaps dipped in soup, or simply torn and shared at the table. The baker knows this well, and though his work is exhausting, he takes pride in knowing that his loaves will reach every corner of the community. The rich may purchase larger, whiter loaves, made from finely sifted flour, while the poor settle for darker bread, made with coarser grain, yet both come from his hands, both baked in the same oven. In this way, the bakery is a quiet equalizer, supplying nourishment across class lines. As the first light of dawn spreads across the rooftops, the baker pulls fresh loaves from the oven. The crusts are golden, their surfaces cracked with lines that tell of the heat within. He sets them out carefully to cool, the air now thick with fragrance so inviting that even passers-by cannot help but pause. Soon, the door of the bakery will open, and townspeople will arrive, baskets in hand, coins ready, voices greeting him with thanks or hurried requests. For now, he stands alone in his workshop, wiping sweat from his brow, his body tired yet satisfied. This is his normal day, one he has lived many times before, one he will live many times again. In the world of 1750, the baker's labor is constant, humble, and essential, a rhythm that sustains the life of the community as surely as the sun rises over the quiet town. As dawn breaks more fully over the town in 1750, the baker's work shifts from the quiet labor of the night to the bustling rhythm of morning trade. The first rays of light fall across the cobbled streets, painting long shadows from chimneys and rooftops, while the air carries the smell of dew mixed with smoke from countless hearths being kindled. By now, the bakery is alive with heat, the oven's fire still glowing with embers, and the shelves are lined with loaves whose crusts glisten with a faint sheen from the baking. The fragrance of fresh bread spills into the street, drifting through narrow alleys and waking townsfolk as surely as the tolling of church bells. The baker, his face reddened by the oven's heat and his apron streaked with flour, opens the door to his shop. Outside, people are already waiting, some with baskets under their arms, others with cloth sacks ready to be filled. Farmers who must travel to market arrive first, eager to buy loaves for their journey, and their voices fill the air as they greet the baker with quick words before continuing on their way. Soon, townspeople gather in greater numbers, forming a small line that stretches into the street. For them, the daily purchase of bread is more than a simple transaction. It is a ritual that marks the start of the day. The baker greets each customer in turn, weighing their coins carefully, handing over loaves still warm from the oven, wrapping them in cloth or setting them directly into waiting baskets. Mothers come with children tugging at their skirts, pointing eagerly at the largest loaves or the small rolls saved for special treats. Laborers stop in before heading to workshops, their hands already rough from early chores, grateful for a loaf that will sustain them through hours of toil. Wealthier townsfolk, dressed in finer fabrics, request whiter bread sifted from the best flour, while poorer families settle for darker loaves, heavier and more filling, made from barley or rye. Yet all leave with bread, for in this age, it is the common denominator of life. The shop hums with chatter, coins clinking against wood, baskets filling steadily. The baker's wife, often helping at the counter, exchanges news with the women of the town, speaking of harvests, illnesses, or the latest gossip from the marketplace. The bakery becomes not only a place of trade, but of gathering, a corner of the community where stories are exchanged as readily as bread. Outside, the street grows livelier. Carts rattle by carrying vegetables, milkmaids hurry with pails balanced across their shoulders, and apprentices sweep doorsteps. The bell of the nearby church rings, calling people to prayer, and its sound mingles with the laughter of children playing. Through it all, the scent of bread drifts like a constant presence, a reminder of the baker's labor that began long before dawn. By mid-morning, the shelves are nearly empty. The baker, though tired from the night's work, watches with quiet pride as his loaves find their way into the hands of neighbors, each one destined to become part of a meal, part of the daily rhythm of life. For him, the satisfaction lies not only in the coins collected, but in the knowledge that his craft sustains the town. Without bread, the people would feel the absence immediately. With it, they find strength to continue their work, their studies, their prayers. As the last customers trickle in, the baker leans against the counter, wiping flour from his arms, the heat of the oven still heavy in the small shop. The baskets and shelves, once full, now stand nearly bare, a testament to the demand and to the effort that filled them. He takes a brief moment of rest, sipping from a cup of water before considering the tasks still ahead. For though the morning rush is over, a baker's day is not yet done. He must clean the troughs, scrape flour from the benches, and prepare ingredients for the next day's loaves. Already he thinks of the flour that must be sifted, the yeast that must be nurtured, and the wood that must be gathered for the oven. His labor is endless, cycling with each sunrise, yet it is steady and sure, as essential to the town as the rising of the sun itself. In 1750, a baker's shop is not a luxury, but the heartbeat of daily life. And though the work is hard, it carries with it a quiet dignity that endures with every loaf placed into waiting hands. By the time the morning crowd has thinned and the shelves of the bakery stand nearly bare, the baker finally allows himself a moment to pause. It is still late morning, the sun rising higher above the rooftops, casting shafts of light into the narrow street outside. The rush of customers has faded into a quieter rhythm, and the baker leans against the wooden counter, wiping sweat from his brow with the back of his flour-dusted arm. He is tired, his body aching from hours of kneading, lifting, and tending the fire, yet his day is far from over. In 1750, a baker's life is not defined by moments of rest, but by cycles of preparation. What he has done in the night and morning will be repeated again, for bread is needed each day without fail. He sits briefly at a small table in the corner of his shop, where his wife has placed a simple meal of bread, cheese, and a jug of watered wine. The bread he eats now is the same he sells to his neighbors, though often the darker loaves remain for his family, for he saves the finer flour for those who can pay more. He chews slowly, savoring the quiet, listening to the faint noises drifting from the street outside, the rattle of carts, the calls of vendors, the laughter of children playing nearby. This meal is his reward, but it is also a brief interlude before the next round of labor begins. After finishing, he rises again, for there are troughs to scrape clean, wooden boards to dust, and the oven to sweep of lingering ash. The bakery must be kept ready, and cleanliness matters, for spoiled dough or careless preparation would mean wasted flour, something no baker in 1750 can afford. Flour is precious, its price fluctuating with harvests and trade, and in times of poor yield, riots can break out when bread is scarce. The baker knows this well, and so he treats every grain with care, shaking the flour sacks to settle them, storing them high where damp cannot reach. Once the bakery is in order, he turns to the preparation of leaven, the yeast that will give life to tomorrow's bread. In these days, there are no packets of yeast, no precise measurements. Instead, he maintains a portion of dough from the last batch, feeding it with flour and water, letting it ferment slowly. This starter, bubbling faintly with invisible life, is as vital to the bakery as fire or flour, for without it, the dough would remain heavy and dense. The baker tends it carefully, checking its texture, adjusting it by instinct learned over years of practice. He knows its moods, when it is strong, when it needs rest, when it requires more flour to sustain it. This intimate knowledge, passed down from his master when he was an apprentice, ensures that each loaf will rise as it should. As the midday sun reaches its peak, the bakery grows hot again, even without the oven burning. The baker steps outside for air, leaning against the doorway, his apron still streaked white. He watches as townsfolk pass, some carrying baskets of produce, others leading animals to market. The rhythm of the town beats around him, yet he remains rooted in his trade, a figure known to all. Children passing by call out greetings, knowing him as the man whose bread fills their tables, and he answers with a tired smile. Though his work is hard, he is proud of its place in the community. After a brief moment of quiet, he returns inside to sift flour for the next day's loaves. He pours it into wooden trays, passing it through fine mesh to separate husks and impurities, the air filling with a pale dust that clings to his skin and hair. He works patiently, for the texture of the flour determines the quality of the bread. Coarser flour will become the heavier loaves for poorer families, while the sifted white flour will make the delicate bread reserved for the wealthy. In this division, the baker sees the realities of his world, where class is reflected in the very bread people eat. Yet he does not judge, for to him all loaves are necessary, each one sustaining someone's life. As the afternoon draws closer, he sets aside the sifted flour in covered bins, arranges the tools neatly, and prepares wood for the evening fire. Though he may rest a little before night falls, his mind is already turning toward the next cycle. Soon he will sleep briefly, then rise again in the dark to begin anew, kneading dough, shaping loaves, and tending the oven. For a baker in 1750, life is measured not in hours of leisure, but in the endless repetition of a craft that keeps the town alive. And though his body is weary, he knows there is dignity in this rhythm, a steady beat of work and sustenance that binds his life to the lives of all who share his bread. As the afternoon settles over the town in 1750, the baker's day enters another phase, quieter than the frenzy of the morning, but no less important. The rush of customers has long passed, and most households now rest with bread cooling on their tables, ready to be eaten with soups, cheeses, or whatever modest fare they have prepared. The baker, however, cannot simply stop, for his trade is never truly finished. After cleaning the troughs and sifting the flour, he begins to prepare for the tasks that ensure his shop will be ready once night falls and the cycle begins anew. He steps outside briefly, leaning against the doorframe of the bakery, and watches the street. The light has shifted, warmer now, gilding the cobblestones and catching on the tiled roofs of houses. Townsfolk pass by with slower steps than in the morning, some returning from fields or workshops, others carrying baskets from the market. Children run past, chasing each other with laughter, their faces smudged with dirt, while older men sit on benches smoking clay pipes, discussing the affairs of the day. The baker takes in the scene quietly, knowing his work supports them all. Without bread, there would be hunger. With it, there is strength enough to continue. After a few minutes of rest, he returns inside to prepare for wholesale customers, those who come less for daily loaves and more for quantities to supply taverns, inns, or even large households. These buyers often arrive in the afternoon to collect baskets of bread baked earlier in the day. The baker organizes the remaining loaves, counts them carefully, and places them into wicker baskets lined with cloth. When the tavern keeper arrives, the two men exchange a few words about the weather, the grain harvest, and the rumors of taxes being raised. Coins clink against the counter, and the basket is carried away, destined for tables where travelers will eat bread alongside ale and stew. For the baker, these transactions are important, for they bring stability to his income, even if the profit margins are modest. As the town settles into the rhythm of afternoon, the baker tends to his oven. Though the fire has burned down from the morning, he must prepare it again for the night. He gathers bundles of wood stacked neatly against the wall, splits larger logs with practiced swings of an axe, and arranges them carefully within the oven's wide mouth. The heat will not be needed immediately, but he ensures everything is ready. For when the stars rise and most of the town sleeps, he will need the flames to roar once more. In the meantime, there is time for maintenance. He checks the hinges of the bakery door, sweeps the floor of stray flour and ash, and oils the wooden boards used to shape loaves. Every tool must be cared for they are his companions in labor. The paddle used to place bread in the oven is worn smooth from years of use, its handle polished by sweat and repetition. He inspects it with quiet affection, for it is more than wood, it is part of his life. By late afternoon, he allows himself another brief meal. His wife serves him a plate of stew, made from beans and vegetables, seasoned with herbs grown in a small garden behind the house. He eats slowly, savoring the warmth, while listening to the distant sounds of the town winding down. The church bell tolls, marking the hour, and he knows soon people will prepare for evening prayer or supper. For him, however, evening means preparation. As the sun lowers and the sky shifts to hues of orange and purple, he rests for a short while, lying on a simple cot in a back room of the bakery. His sleep is light, for his mind does not fully let go, always aware of the tasks waiting for him. He drifts in and out, his body grateful for any moment of stillness. When he wakes, the air is cooler, the street quieter, and stars begin to prick the darkening sky. He rises, stretches his stiff shoulders, and ties his apron once more. Soon the fire will be lit, the dough prepared, and the cycle repeated. For the townspeople, night is a time of rest, but for the baker, it is the beginning of another day's work. In this rhythm, steady and unbroken, lies the truth of his craft: to labor while others sleep, to provide sustenance that will greet the town with the morning light. It is not glamorous, nor is it celebrated, but it is essential, and in its constancy there is a quiet dignity that holds the community together, loaf by loaf, day by day. As night falls over the town in 1750, most households settle into rest, their shutters closed against the cooling air, candles flickering low as families gather for prayers or quiet conversation before sleep. The streets grow hushed, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog or the creak of a cartwheel returning late from the fields. But while others retreat into slumber, the baker's day begins again. For him, the silence of the night is not a time of leisure, but the moment when his true labor resumes. In the dim back room of his bakery, he wakes from his short rest, rubbing the heaviness from his eyes, and ties his flour-streaked apron once more. The first task is always the oven. Earlier he had prepared the wood, and now he kneels before the brick mouth, arranging kindling carefully, striking flint until sparks leap into flame. Slowly the fire takes hold, crackling softly, filling the bakery with an orange glow. He feeds the fire steadily, adding logs until the oven grows hotter, the air warming, shadows dancing across the walls. The crackle of burning wood is the soundtrack of his solitary hours, accompanied only by the occasional hoot of an owl outside. While the oven builds its heat, the baker turns to his dough. On a heavy wooden table, he pours the flour sifted earlier in the day, adds water from a bucket drawn fresh from the well, and mixes in the starter dough that has been fermenting since the previous morning. The sour, yeasty smell fills the air as he kneads the mixture with strong, practiced hands, pressing, folding, and turning it again and again. His body moves with the rhythm of years of repetition, each push and stretch of dough a step in a dance he knows by heart. Though his arms ache and his back stiffens, he works without complaint, for he knows the town depends on these loaves when dawn comes. As the dough begins to smooth and grow elastic, he shapes it into rounds and long rolls, setting them on wooden boards dusted with flour. Each loaf is nearly identical, but each is also unique, for he can feel in his hands the slight variations of texture and weight. He arranges them with care, covering some with cloth to rise, while others wait for the oven to be ready. He wipes sweat from his brow, though the night outside is cool, for inside the bakery, the heat has grown fierce. The flames roar now, the oven glowing with intensity, its bricks storing the energy that will soon bake the bread to life. He checks the temperature not with gauges, for none exist, but by instinct, holding his hand near the mouth, judging the heat by the way flour darkens on the stone surface, listening to the hiss when he sprinkles water against the bricks. Satisfied, he rakes out the embers with a long iron tool, pushing them aside to create an even bed of heat. Then, one by one, he slides the loaves into the oven with a wooden peel, their pale dough disappearing into the fiery mouth. The work is heavy, his arms straining as he maneuvers the boards, but he moves with steady purpose, careful not to burn himself or upset the rising loaves. Once the bread is inside, there is little to do but wait. He sits briefly on a stool, his body weary, watching the faint light flickering against the walls. Outside, the town lies silent, unaware of his labor. But within this small bakery, time moves to the rhythm of fire and dough. Soon the smell begins to change. Faint at first, then stronger, filling the air with the irresistible aroma of baking bread. It seeps through the cracks of the door, drifting into the empty street, a promise of morning carried on the night air. Dogs stir, sniffing at the scent, and perhaps even those in their beds dream faintly of the taste of fresh bread. The baker rises again, checking the loaves, adjusting their positions, ensuring even baking. He works quietly, without audience, but with pride, knowing that in a few hours, townspeople will gather once more at his door, grateful for the food his labor provides. For him, this is not just work, but life itself, a rhythm unbroken, a calling as constant as the rising sun. And as the night deepens, he continues, shaping more dough, feeding the fire, and preparing for the dawn that will mark the start of yet another day in the endless cycle of a baker's life. By the time the first pale light of dawn begins to creep across the rooftops of the town in 1750, the baker has already been awake for hours, tending his fire, kneading his dough, and watching over the loaves that slowly transformed within the glowing mouth of the oven. The street outside is still quiet, but inside the bakery the air is alive with heat and scent. The fragrance of fresh bread has grown so strong that it seeps into the alleys, drifting between shuttered houses, carrying with it the promise of morning. The loaves now rest cooling on wooden boards, their crusts crackling softly as they release steam into the air. Some are round golden domes with deep scores across the top, while others are long, narrow rolls meant to be torn apart and shared. Each loaf is unique, yet all bear the mark of the baker's hands and the fire's embrace. The baker, though weary, feels a quiet satisfaction as he wipes his brow, his apron dusted white with flour, his arms aching from the night's effort. He knows that soon the town will stir, doors will open, and people will come, drawn by the scent that signals his labor is complete. Before the first customer arrives, he takes a moment to step outside, leaning against the doorway of his shop. The air is cool, the cobblestones damp with dew, and the sky above is painted with soft shades of pink and gray. The world feels hushed, balanced between night and day. He breathes deeply, filling his lungs with the mingled aromas of smoke from his oven and the faint earthy scent of morning. It is in these quiet moments that he reflects on his life, long hours, endless labor, yet also the knowledge that his work is essential, that without him, the town would lack the bread that sustains it. Returning inside, he prepares the shop for the coming rush. Wooden shelves are filled with loaves, each arranged neatly, their warm crusts gleaming in the lamplight. Baskets are stacked near the counter, ready to be filled. He checks the coins in the till, places a small cloth for wrapping, and ensures that the floor is swept clean. The bakery must be orderly, for though his work is hard, it is also a craft, and craft demands respect. Soon the first footsteps echo on the street, the sound of a cart's wheel creaking, the low murmur of farmers heading to market. A knock at the door signals the earliest customers, those who must travel miles and need bread for their journey. The baker greets them with a nod, handing over loaves still warm to the touch. Coins clink against the counter, baskets are filled, and the quiet of night begins to give way to the hum of daily life. As more people arrive, the bakery comes alive with chatter. Children peek over the counter, eyes wide at the golden rolls. Mothers speak quickly, asking for bread while balancing infants on their hips. Laborers with rough hands buy heavy loaves that will keep them fed through hours of toil. Even wealthier townsfolk appear, requesting the finer white bread made from sifted flour. To each, the baker gives what they need, his hands moving with practiced speed, his words brief but kind. The morning has truly begun, and with it the bakery becomes once more the heart of the street. Outside, the sun rises higher, casting gold across the rooftops. The scent of bread drifts far, mingling with the smells of fresh milk, of hay, of smoke from other chimneys. The entire town seems to awaken to it, as though the baker's labor has roused not only hunger, but life itself. And though his body aches, though his eyes long for rest, the baker feels pride as he sees the shelves emptying, each loaf carried away to a home where it will be broken and shared. For him, this moment, when his night's work becomes the town's nourishment, is worth every hour of toil. And so he continues, serving one customer after another, his hands steady, his mind focused, until once again the bakery's shelves begin to clear and the cycle of his day moves forward and into its next quiet rhythm. By the time the sun has fully risen and light pours steadily across the narrow streets, the busiest hours of the morning for the baker begin to fade, yet his work is far from finished. The shelves, once crowded with golden loaves, are now half empty, the baskets depleted, the scent of fresh bread still strong in the air, though now mingled with the sharper notes of cooling crusts and the faint metallic hint of coins exchanged again and again throughout the morning. The baker wipes his brow, his apron streaked with flour and faint smudges of soot, and takes a moment to look around the shop. Children's voices have already drifted away, mothers have hurried home to prepare meals, and the steady line of laborers has thinned, leaving only a few townsfolk stepping in at longer intervals. The quiet that follows the rush is not unwelcome. It is a different rhythm, a time for tending to the space, cleaning the counters, and preparing for the smaller but steady flow of customers who will pass through as the day lengthens. The baker lifts baskets from the shelves, dusts away the crumbs, and carefully rearranges the loaves so that the display still looks abundant, though the quantity has diminished. He has learned that presentation is almost as important as the bread itself, for a neat display reassures customers that the baker cares for his craft. In the back of the bakery, the oven continues to glow, though its fire is now reduced to a bed of warm embers. The baker stirs them, adding just enough wood to keep the heat steady in case more loaves are needed later in the day. Beside him sits a fresh batch of dough resting under a cloth, its surface slowly rising. He will not bake it yet. This batch is for the midday and evening customers, the ones who could not come in the early hours. Managing the timing of the dough is an art in itself, one that he has mastered through years of trial and error. Too soon, and the bread will lack its strength. Too late, and it will collapse. He kneads a small portion, feeling its elasticity between his hands, nodding to himself with approval. Soon after, a farmer arrives with a cart, stopping to collect bread that he will resell at the market on the edge of town. For these customers, the baker provides larger loaves, heavier and denser, wrapped simply in cloth. The farmer greets him with a handshake, the two exchanging words about the harvest, the weather, and the endless concerns of their daily work. The baker values these conversations, brief though they are, for they connect him to the wider rhythm of the town. As the farmer departs, the baker turns to tidying the back room. Wooden boards are scrubbed clean of flour, the long-handled peel is leaned carefully against the wall, and the buckets of water are refilled. He pauses to drink deeply, letting the cool liquid ease his parched throat. It is during this time when the bakery is quieter that he feels the fatigue of the early morning settle into his bones. His shoulders ache, his legs feel heavy, and yet he continues moving, knowing that discipline is as essential as fire and flour in this trade. Around midday, a few more customers arrive. Travelers passing through, a messenger on horseback, and a servant purchasing bread for a wealthier household. Their presence is a reminder that the baker's work touches every corner of society, from the humblest peasant to the most refined noble. All need bread, and all depend on the unseen hours of labor that shape each loaf. The baker provides without judgment, serving each with the same quiet respect. Between these visits, he returns to the task of cleaning, sweeping flour from the floor, and stacking wood neatly by the oven. His movements are deliberate, almost meditative, as though the act of maintaining order within the bakery reflects the order he seeks in his life. Though his day is long, there is a strange calm in the routine. He knows each step by heart, each moment flowing into the next. It's like a rhythm, carried by the turning of the seasons. And as the sun climbs high, filling the streets with brightness, the baker prepares once more for the hours ahead, when fresh loaves will emerge and new customers will step across his threshold, continuing the endless cycle that defines his craft and his life. As the afternoon stretches on, the rhythm of the baker's day changes once again. The golden warmth of the sun filters through the shop's small windows, casting long rectangular beams across the wooden counters, where crumbs and traces of flour still linger. The town itself slows during this time of day, as workers retreat to short rests or meals, and the streets are quieter than they had been during the morning rush. Yet within the bakery, the work does not truly pause. For the baker, the afternoon is a time of preparation, of anticipating what will be needed for the evening. He begins by tending to the dough that has been resting since mid-morning, pulling back the cloth and examining the risen surface with the eyes of someone who has learned to read every subtle detail. The bubbles formed on the dough's skin tell him it has developed well. The scent rising from it hints at fermentation that will give the bread its flavor. With steady hands, he divides the mass into portions, shaping each one carefully, folding and pressing to build strength into the structure. Every loaf receives the same attention, whether destined for a wealthy household or for a farmer who will pay in coins tarnished from years of use. The shaped loaves are set aside to rise again, covered with cloths to protect them from drafts. While they rest, the baker turns to the fire, rebuilding the oven's heat. He stacks split logs beside the opening, feeding the flames until they roar to life once more, the interior glowing with a steady brightness. Heat control is everything in this craft. And though no thermometer exists to guide him, his instincts are sharp. He judges the temperature by the color of the oven's bricks, by the way the air shimmers near the mouth of the chamber, by experience that cannot be written down but only earned through years of labor. As the oven grows ready, the streets begin to stir again. Merchants who closed their stalls for a brief rest now return, and workers finishing long hours look forward to bread for their evening meals. Children, released from chores or lessons, run along the lanes, some stopping to press their noses against the bakery's window to watch the familiar ritual of baking. The baker, accustomed to their curiosity, smiles faintly but does not pause. Soon enough, the second batch is slid into the oven, the peel sliding beneath the soft loaves, transferring them onto the hot surface with swift, practiced motions. He seals the oven and waits, not idly, but with more tasks to fill the minutes. Wooden counters are wiped down, flour bins checked and refilled, utensils washed and set neatly in place. The baker's assistant, if he has one that season, is tasked with running deliveries. A basket to the tavern down the street, another to a widow who cannot walk easily, and yet another to the miller's family who exchange flour for bread in an old but steady arrangement. In this way, the baker's work ripples outward, touching many households beyond those who step through the shop door. The smell of baking fills the air once again, richer and deeper than in the morning, carrying on the breeze and drawing people from nearby streets. Neighbors pause to inhale, remarking to each other that fresh bread must soon be ready, and many decide to stop by before returning home. When at last the oven door is opened, the sight of the golden loaves, their crusts split into delicate ridges, is as satisfying to the baker as it is to those waiting to purchase them. He removes them with steady precision, stacking them on racks where they steam gently, their fragrance enveloping the room. Customers trickle in, coins clinking, voices murmuring, and once again the shop comes alive, though in a slower, more measured way than the rush of the morning. By late afternoon, the shelves are full again, baskets arranged neatly, and the cycle of commerce resumes. Mothers gather bread for supper, laborers stop to buy a loaf before heading home, and children are entrusted with coins to fetch what their families need. Each transaction is small, but together they sustain the baker's livelihood. He greets each person, sometimes with brief conversation, sometimes only with a nod, his hands never ceasing their work. For the baker, this rhythm is life itself. Prepare, bake, sell, clean, and begin again. It is not a glamorous life, but it is steady, and in the steadiness there is a kind of quiet dignity. The afternoon sun begins to lower, the golden beams shifting into softer tones, and the baker knows that soon evening will fall. The demands of the day are not yet over, but he has met them so far, and he prepares himself for what remains to come, guided by the certainty that tomorrow will bring the same pattern again. As the day moves toward evening, the bakery once again shifts its rhythm, adapting to the quiet hum that comes with the setting sun. The sky outside changes color gradually, from the pale light of afternoon to deeper shades of amber and rose, and eventually into the calm of twilight. For the baker, this transition marks one of the most reflective times of the day. The second batch of bread, fresh from the oven, has mostly been sold, leaving only a few loaves to rest on the shelves for those who may arrive late. The shop no longer carries the bustling energy of the morning or the mid-afternoon. Instead, there is a gentler pace, a slower trickle of customers, and a quieter sense of closure settling over the space. The baker begins to take stock of his supplies. He examines the flour bins, checking what remains and estimating how much he will need for the next day. He notes which ingredients are running low, whether more yeast must be prepared, whether salt needs replenishing, and how much wood is left for the oven. In an age before ledgers were carefully standardized, much of this accounting is kept in his memory, guided by long habit and mental calculation. He has learned to predict demand based on the day of the week, the season, and even the weather, for rainy days can alter how many households come to the bakery, just as feast days and markets draw larger crowds. His assistant, if one is present, sweeps the floor, gathering crumbs and stray bits of dough, while the baker begins the process of scrubbing his wooden tools and counters. Water is drawn from a nearby well and poured into basins, and the sound of brushes against wood echoes softly in the otherwise hushed shop. Cleanliness is essential, not only for the sake of order, but also to maintain the trust of customers who rely on him. The scent of fresh bread still lingers in the air, but it slowly mingles with the faint smoke from the oven as the fire begins to die down, leaving behind a gentle warmth. Outside, the streets grow darker. Lanterns are lit one by one along the road, casting pools of light that shimmer against the cobblestones. The calls of merchants close to the town square fade into silence as they pack away their goods, and children are ushered home by weary parents. The world grows quieter, and within this stillness, the baker feels both fatigue and contentment. He has given the town its bread for another day. A final customer may arrive, a hurried traveler or a late-working craftsman, and the baker greets them with the same steady composure, even if only a single loaf remains. He understands that for many, bread is not just food, but a necessity of life, and to provide it, even at the last hour, is to fulfill his responsibility. When the shop finally closes, the shutters are drawn over the windows, and the door is bolted against the cool night air. The baker and his assistant sit briefly, sharing a simple meal of bread and cheese, perhaps with a bit of broth if there is time. It is not a feast but a practical nourishment, one that reflects the modesty of their trade. Conversation, if it occurs, is quiet, touching on the day's work, on neighbors, or on the weather that will shape tomorrow's routines. Afterward, the baker begins preparations for the following morning, because in this profession, the cycle never truly stops. He sets aside flour, mixes water, and allows the beginnings of new dough to ferment overnight. This head start will save precious time in the early hours, when customers expect bread to be ready not long after dawn. He stacks logs by the oven so they will be close at hand, and he lays out cloths to cover the resting dough. Each small act is a promise to the next day, a recognition that the work continues as long as people need bread. Finally, when all is set in order, the baker allows himself to rest. He wipes the last traces of flour from his hands, his skin roughened from years of contact with dough and wood, and he sits quietly for a moment to listen. The town outside has grown still, with only distant voices or the sound of a cart rolling on the cobblestones breaking the silence. In that quiet, he feels a mixture of weariness and pride, knowing that his labor, though simple, sustains an entire community. The bread he bakes is not a luxury, but a foundation, a daily sustenance that connects him to every family, every child, every worker who depends on it. For him, this is enough. And so, as night settles firmly over the town, the baker closes his eyes with the certainty that tomorrow will bring the same rhythm once again. The fire, the flour, the dough, the shaping, the baking, and the serving of fresh bread. A normal day, repeated endlessly, yet never without meaning. As night deepens and the streets outside fall into complete quiet, the baker prepares himself for the final stage of his day, the rare hours of rest before another cycle begins. His small living quarters, usually a single room above or behind the bakery, are simple and plain, containing little more than a wooden bed, a chest for clothes, and a table with a candle stub that flickers against the walls. The scent of bread lingers in his garments and in the beams of the building, a constant reminder of his trade that even sleep cannot erase. He changes into plain linen, folds away his apron, and carefully checks that the embers in the oven are fading safely, neither smoldering too hot to risk a fire, nor extinguished entirely, for he will want to coax them back to life when the next morning arrives. Before lying down, he kneels briefly, murmuring a prayer of thanks, a habit that centers him at the end of every day. He prays for strength to continue, for the health of his family if they live nearby, for the prosperity of the town that depends on his bread, and perhaps for forgiveness for any impatience or unkindness shown during the long hours of work. Faith in this time is woven into the routines of labor, giving shape and meaning to exhaustion. When he finally reclines, the straw mattress creaks softly beneath his weight. His body is heavy with fatigue, arms and shoulders aching from kneading dough, legs tired from standing since before dawn, but the exhaustion is not bitter. It is the steady fatigue of honest work, of tasks completed, of a day fulfilled in service to others. He listens to the faint sounds outside, the distant hoot of an owl, the occasional bark of a dog, the rare rumble of a cart traveling late through the cobbled streets. Each noise is softened by the night, blending into a lull that allows his eyes to close slowly. Dreams come quietly, often filled with images of bread, of ovens, of flames, of flowers sifting like snow through his fingers. These dreams are not troubling, but reflections of his life, a life so centered on one craft that even the mind, in rest, cannot escape its rhythms. In a way, the dreams mirror his purpose, reinforcing the sense that each day, though ordinary, is connected to something larger, something essential to human survival. For the baker of 1750, there is little thought of legacy or fame. What matters is that each day he rises, tends to the fire, kneads the dough, shapes the loaves, and feeds the town. His contribution is not recorded in books or carved into monuments, but it is carried in the full stomachs of children, the strength of laborers, the comfort of families gathered around their evening meal. This uncelebrated role is his calling, and in its repetition lies both humility and dignity. As the candle flickers low and finally goes out, darkness fills the room completely. Yet even in that darkness, the baker rests with a sense of quiet continuity. He knows that before the first cock crows, he will wake again, pull on his clothes, and descend into the bakery, where the cycle will begin anew. The wood will be fed into the oven, the dough will be kneaded with steady hands, the first customers will arrive with their coins ready, and once again the town will be nourished by his labor. For tonight, though, he allows himself the small luxury of sleep, knowing that his role, though modest, is indispensable. His world is bound by the rising and setting of the sun, by the fire of the oven, and by the endless shaping of bread. It is a life of routine, of effort, of quiet service, yet it holds a profound meaning that endures across centuries. In this normal day, repeated countless times in countless towns, lies the foundation of human community, sustained by the hands of those who worked unseen, who gave their strength to the simplest and most essential of tasks. And so, as the town sleeps and the stars shine faintly above, the baker sleeps too, his breathing steady, his dreams gentle, his purpose certain, until morning light calls him once more to continue the cycle of bread and life. That is the end of the previous story. Before we move on to the next one, may I kindly ask you for a like and a subscription, as it truly helps this channel grow. And now, let us continue with the next quiet tale in our series of boring history for sleep, as we arrive at the village schoolhouse in colonial New England. In the quiet stretches of colonial New England, when the fields were dotted with farmhouses and the roads were little more than dirt tracks winding between villages, there stood in nearly every settlement a small wooden schoolhouse. It was never an elaborate structure, never meant to dazzle with grandeur or architectural brilliance. Instead, it was plain, functional, and built with the hands of local carpenters, using timber cut from the surrounding forests. Its walls bore the smell of pine and oak, and its roof was often shingled with cedar that aged into a weathered gray under the long seasons of rain, snow, and sun. To passers-by, it might have looked like just another cabin, modest and almost indistinguishable from a farmhouse. Yet for the villagers, it was a place of purpose, a space where the young would be gathered and taught to read, to write, and to reckon with numbers. The morning routine of the schoolhouse began early. Before dawn had fully broken, families stirred from their homes scattered across the countryside. Children rose reluctantly from straw-stuffed mattresses, rubbing sleep from their eyes, while mothers stoked the hearth fires and prepared simple breakfasts of porridge, bread, or leftover stew. Fathers, already preparing to head into fields or workshops, would remind their children to hurry along to school, sometimes giving them a small slate and chalk, or a hornbook with the alphabet and the Lord's Prayer written upon it. The journey to school was not a matter of walking down a paved street, but often a trek through fields, along frozen paths in winter, or across muddy tracks after rain. Some children came barefoot in warmer months, their feet hardened to the earth, carrying their shoes slung over shoulders to preserve them for Sundays and special days. In winter, they trudged in thick stockings and heavy coats, their breath forming clouds in the frosty morning air, sometimes arriving with red noses and stiff fingers that would take time to thaw once seated inside. As they approached the schoolhouse, the sound of voices began to gather, Some children whispered excitedly about chores left undone at home, or about the stories they had heard from elders by firelight. Others carried with them the air of shyness, uncertain whether to speak, and walked quietly alongside their siblings or neighbors. Inside the building, the air was a mixture of wood smoke, ink, and the faint sourness of damp wool drying near the fire. The single-room structure was heated, when fuel allowed, by a small iron stove, though its warmth never quite reached the corners of the room. In colder months, children sitting near the stove could feel too hot, while those at the edges rubbed their hands together and shifted in their seats to fight off the chill. The furniture was plain and sturdy. Long benches, sometimes without backs, were arranged in rows, and in front of them stood simple wooden desks. These desks bore the marks of use, initials carved by restless hands, scratches from quills, and the occasional stain from spilled ink. At the front of the room, elevated slightly on a platform, was the teacher's desk and chair, symbols of authority in this little world. A chalkboard, when available, was a prized possession, but in some schools it was absent, and the teacher relied only on slates or sheets of paper too precious to waste. The teacher, often a young man recently graduated from a local college or, in smaller towns, a woman hired from the community, entered the schoolhouse with a stern yet tired demeanor. The profession was not glamorous nor well paid, but it carried a measure of respect, for to teach was to shape the minds of the next generation in both literacy and moral instruction. Teachers carried the burden of maintaining discipline, ensuring learning, and serving as moral examples, all while enduring meager pay that often came in the form of food, firewood, or lodging with families in rotation. Once assembled, the children would begin the day with a prayer, their voices uneven, some reciting from memory with confidence, others mumbling words half-remembered. The silence afterward was filled with the creak of benches and the shuffle of feet as lessons commenced. Reading was often taught first, using the Bible as the central text. The alphabet was recited in a sing-song fashion, and students traced letters on slates or copied passages under watchful eyes. Writing followed, though paper was scarce, so students often practiced their letters again and again on small reusable slates, wiping them clean with rags dampened with spit or water. Arithmetic was equally important, with sums and multiplication tables rehearsed until the children could repeat them without hesitation. Beyond these basics, the curriculum was narrow. Geography was taught through crude maps, if any were available, and history was often presented not as a complex narrative, but as a moral tale, emphasizing lessons of diligence, obedience, and faith. Discipline was strict, for it was believed that order was essential to learning. Misbehavior, whether it was speaking out of turn, failing to memorize lessons, or showing disrespect, was met with punishments ranging from standing in corners to corporal correction with a switch or ruler. Though harsh by modern standards, such methods were accepted as normal in their time. Yet within this severity, moments of humanity still appeared. A teacher offering quiet encouragement, a child beaming with pride after reading aloud without stumbling, or the shared laughter when someone mispronounced a word in a way that could not be ignored. Outside the windows, the day unfolded slowly. Sunlight shifted across the wooden floor, shadows creeping as the hours passed. The sound of horses in the distance, the cawing of crows, or the rustle of wind in trees occasionally reached the children's ears, offering fleeting distractions from the monotony of recitation and drills. At midday there was a break, often called dinner though it resembled what we might call lunch. Children retrieved small parcels wrapped in cloth, bread, cheese, cold meat, or apples. They ate together on the steps or beneath nearby trees, swapping bites or trading food when possible, their voices rising in chatter before the teacher called them back in. The afternoon was shorter, devoted to reviewing lessons, copying texts, or in some cases practicing penmanship with goose quills dipped into ink pots, carefully balanced on desks. By the time dismissal came, the room was filled with a mixture of fatigue and relief. Children filed out, some racing ahead toward fields and chores, others lingering behind to ask questions or gather belongings. The schoolhouse emptied, leaving only the echo of footsteps and the lingering smell of smoke and ink. As evening approached, the small building stood silent again, a simple box of timber waiting for the next morning, when its benches would once again be filled and its stove rekindled. The life of the village schoolhouse in colonial New England was not only about the lessons and the teacher, but also about the rhythm it created in the wider community. Parents looked to the school with both pride and practicality, knowing that the ability to read scripture, to write letters, and to keep accounts would be vital skills for survival in a world that was slowly shifting from frontier ruggedness toward a more organized society. Education was seen less as a pursuit of personal enrichment and more as a responsibility, a way to ensure that the next generation would be capable, disciplined, and rooted in faith. For many families, sending their children to school was a sacrifice. Every child who sat on a bench inside the schoolhouse was a pair of hands not helping in the field, not tending livestock, and not assisting with the countless chores that kept households running. The decision to let a child attend was therefore a calculation between the immediate need for labor and the longer-term value of literacy. It was not uncommon for children to attend only part of the year, often absent during harvest or planting season, when every able body was required at home. Some boys would vanish from the schoolhouse in late spring and return in the dead of winter, when the fields lay frozen and the rhythm of farm life allowed space for learning. Girls, too, were often withdrawn when household needs grew heavy, for spinning, sewing, and cooking were not optional duties, but necessities for survival. This irregular attendance shaped the flow of the classroom, forcing teachers to adjust constantly, reintroducing lessons to those who had been away, and trying to keep more regular students engaged without leaving anyone behind. Despite these challenges, the schoolhouse remained a place of shared effort, where children of different ages and abilities learned side by side. The one-room school meant that a 6-year-old learning letters sat only a few feet away from a 13-year-old copying passages with practiced skill. The older students often helped the younger ones, reading aloud with them or correcting mistakes, while younger children observed and absorbed from the examples around them. This created a layered environment where learning was communal, a continuous flow rather than segmented grades as we know today. At the heart of every day was reading. Books were rare and precious, so the Bible or the New England Primer became the backbone of instruction. The primer contained the alphabet, syllables, prayers, and moral lessons framed with short rhymes such as, "In Adam's fall, we sinned all." These simple rhythmic lines stayed with children, embedding not only literacy, but also a worldview that merged education with religious duty. For many, the words they learned at the schoolhouse would become the first steps toward independent thought, even if shaped within the boundaries of faith and obedience. Writing presented more challenges, for ink and paper were expensive. Teachers encouraged careful, deliberate strokes of the quill, reminding students to mind their posture and keep their letters even. The slow process tested patience, with spills, blots, and broken quills frustrating small hands. Yet the pride of seeing one's name written clearly was immense, a mark of identity in a world where many still could not sign documents and relied instead on an X for their signature. Arithmetic lessons, though less romantic, were practical and valued. Children repeated multiplication tables until they became second nature, solving sums that would later allow them to calculate crop yields, keep store accounts, or balance household ledgers. Though tedious, these exercises built habits of precision and mental discipline. Discipline itself was a constant undercurrent in the schoolhouse. Teachers were expected to maintain authority with a firm hand, and misbehavior was dealt with swiftly. A child whispering to a neighbor during recitation might be called to the front to stand silently, or given a light switch across the hands. More severe disruptions could lead to harsher punishments, though these too varied with the character of the teacher. Some were stern to the point of severity, while others tempered correction with encouragement. The community watched carefully, for the teacher's reputation was shaped as much by moral conduct as by academic rigor. Beyond the walls, the presence of the schoolhouse carried weight in the identity of the village. It marked the settlement as civilized, as aspiring toward more than mere survival. Travelers might pass through and note with approval that the town supported education, a sign of order and commitment to the future. For the children, however, the meaning was more immediate. They remembered the smell of chalk, the creak of benches, the scratch of quills, and the mix of fear and pride when called upon to read aloud. These small details wove into their memories and shaped their sense of belonging. Seasonal rhythms colored the school year as well. In autumn, the walk to school meant crisp air, the crunch of leaves underfoot, and the smell of distant wood smoke. Winter brought hardship with frozen ink pots and stiff fingers, and yet also the warmth of gathering together by the stove, their breath fogging in the air as they recited lessons in unison. Spring meant muddy paths and the distraction of birdsong outside the windows, while summer often meant absence altogether, as fields demanded attention. In this way, the schoolhouse mirrored the cycles of life in the village, inseparable from the land and its demands. For some children, schooling ended early. At 12 or 13, many left to apprentice in trades or to take on fuller duties at home. Others continued longer, especially if they showed promise or if their families placed particular value on learning. A few boys would go on to study at academies or colleges, often preparing for the ministry or the law, while most girls transitioned from the schoolroom to the household. Yet regardless of how far they went, the shared memory of the little wooden schoolhouse lingered as a symbol of their childhood, of discipline, community, and the modest pursuit of knowledge. Life in the colonial New England schoolhouse was shaped not only by lessons and seasonal rhythms, but also by the physical space itself, which carried a quiet significance in the daily lives of children. The building was usually modest, built of timber cut from nearby forests, with rough-hewn beams and wide planks forming walls that let in drafts during the winter months and grew stiflingly hot in summer. A small window or two provided light, though it was often dim, forcing children to squint as they bent over their work. A single iron stove in the center of the room provided warmth, but only those seated closest to it felt any real comfort during the freezing months, while those in the corners huddled in their coats, their breath visible in the cold air. The seating was crude, long wooden benches with no backs, arranged in rows facing the front where a small desk stood for the teacher. These benches were often uncomfortable, especially during long hours of lessons, but children learned to endure, shifting and fidgeting as discreetly as possible to avoid the teacher's stern eye. The walls sometimes displayed a few printed sheets, letters of the alphabet or moral maxims, though such decorations were sparse. Chalkboards, in the sense we know today, were rare. Instead, the teacher might have a single slate on which to write, lifting it for the class to see before erasing and reusing it. Children, too, often used small slates with bits of chalk, practicing letters and numbers that could be wiped away and redone countless times, saving the expensive paper for more important exercises. The day began early, often with the ringing of a handbell or simply the teacher's presence at the door. Students trudged in from surrounding farms, their boots muddy or snow-crusted, their hands red from the cold. They carried with them small baskets or bags, often holding a piece of bread, cheese, or dried fruit for their midday meal. Some brought firewood as a contribution to the stove, a reminder that the schoolhouse depended on the collective support of the families it served. Once assembled, the children stood for prayer, a solemn start that reminded them that learning was not separate from faith. The teacher then moved into recitation, calling students one by one to read or spell aloud. The air was filled with the sound of voices repeating letters, syllables, and verses, a rhythm of learning that was steady, sometimes monotonous, but deeply ingrained in memory. For many, the act of standing before their peers was nerve-wracking, their cheeks flushing as they stumbled over words. Yet the repetition slowly built confidence and skill. After reading came writing, which demanded quiet concentration. The scratching of quills on paper or the squeak of chalk on slate filled the room. The teacher walked between benches, correcting grip, posture, and the formation of letters. Mistakes were pointed out sharply, for precision mattered, and the discipline of forming letters was seen as reflective of a child's broader moral discipline. Arithmetic followed, with students reciting tables in unison or solving simple sums. The problems were practical, measures of grain, weights, and values, designed to prepare children for the tasks of trade, farming, and household management. The afternoon often brought a mix of lessons, sometimes history or geography, though these were rudimentary compared to the heavy emphasis on reading, writing, and religious instruction. A child might be asked to copy passages about the kings of England or to memorize lists of rivers and towns, though such knowledge was limited and often shaped by the resources available. The Bible remained the constant text, serving as literature, moral guide, and reading material all at once. The pace of the day was steady, broken only by a short break for the midday meal, when children ate together, sharing what they had brought. Some would step outside to stretch, play simple games, or chase each other through the yard, their laughter a brief release before returning to the wooden benches. The school day was long, often lasting until the late afternoon, when children walked home to chores that awaited them. There was little separation between learning and work, for both were seen as duties that shaped character. Yet for all its hardships, the schoolhouse carried a sense of possibility. To learn to read was to open a doorway to the wider world, even if that world was still framed by faith and duty. To write one's name was to claim an identity, to mark oneself as more than just another laborer. Parents knew this, and while they sometimes pulled their children away for farm work, they also recognized the quiet power of education. The very existence of the schoolhouse stood as a statement of values, a declaration that knowledge mattered alongside survival. Teachers, though often underpaid and transient, were respected figures, expected to live upright lives as examples to their students. Their influence stretched beyond lessons, for they embodied the community's hope that discipline, literacy, and faith would anchor the next generation. The memories children carried from those days were not grand or dramatic, but small and enduring. The feel of the rough bench under them, the sound of the teacher's voice reading from the primer, the sight of classmates bent over slates, the smell of wood smoke mingling with ink. These impressions, ordinary yet profound, stayed with them long after they left the schoolhouse, reminders of a childhood shaped by routine, by hardship, and by the steady pursuit of knowledge in its simplest form. Discipline in the colonial New England schoolhouse was as much a part of learning as the lessons themselves, for the community believed that moral character and obedience were the foundation upon which knowledge could truly rest. Children entered the room each morning aware that order was expected, and any deviation from rules, whether whispering during recitation, neglecting to stand properly when called upon, or failing to bring in their share of firewood, could bring swift correction. Teachers were often young men or women hired seasonally, sometimes only slightly older than the older pupils themselves, but they carried an authority that was enforced not only by custom, but by physical reminders. A switch cut from a tree, or a rod leaning against the teacher's desk, served as a silent warning that idleness, disrespect, or disobedience would not be tolerated. For minor offenses, children might be asked to stand in a corner, to sit on a dunce stool, or to copy lines repeatedly, reinforcing both handwriting and memory. For greater misbehavior, a sharp rap across the knuckles with a ruler, or a public scolding before classmates, was considered fair and necessary. Harsh as these methods might seem today, they reflected a prevailing belief that discipline forged virtue, that the will must be shaped as carefully as letters on a page. Parents expected the teacher to act in loco parentis, standing in their place with authority to mold not just the intellect, but the soul. Yet it was not only fear that maintained order, for children also absorbed a sense of communal duty, aware that their conduct reflected not just on themselves, but on their families. Respect was a shared expectation. Younger pupils were taught to defer to older ones, and all were reminded to honor the teacher's word, as though it carried divine weight. The schoolhouse, though modest in appearance, became a miniature society where hierarchies, responsibilities, and expectations mirrored the larger colonial world. Even the arrangement of seats carried symbolic meaning. The younger children clustered in front, where the teacher could guide them closely, while the older boys and girls sat farther back, expected to show greater independence and to set an example for their juniors. At times, the teacher called upon older pupils to assist with instruction, reinforcing their own learning while fostering a sense of leadership. Discipline thus extended beyond punishment. It was woven into the structure of learning itself, creating an environment where patience, endurance, and attentiveness were daily rehearsed. Beyond the formal rules, there was also the subtle discipline of habit, the endurance of long hours on hard benches, the memorization of passages until they were recited without error, the repetition of sums until they became second nature. This constant exercise of mind and body was believed to build resilience, to prepare children for a life where toil, restraint, and faith were inescapable. And while some chafed under the strictness, most accepted it as natural, for their homes and churches reinforced the same principles. Outside the school walls, children's lives were filled with labor, tending animals, fetching water, mending tools, or helping in the fields. In many ways, the schoolhouse offered no relief from hardship, but instead another layer of discipline, yet parents valued it for the promise that their children would rise above mere subsistence, able to read scripture, keep accounts, and perhaps even lead within their community. Teachers themselves lived under scrutiny, for their character was seen as inseparable from their ability to instruct. A teacher who drank, quarreled, or shirked duties risked dismissal, for the community believed that moral weakness would corrupt the impressionable young. Many teachers boarded with families of their students, further entwining their personal lives with their professional responsibilities. They were expected to maintain an image of sobriety, modesty, and diligence, embodying the very virtues they sought to instill. The rhythm of discipline was not unrelenting severity, however, for there were moments of encouragement and praise. A well-read passage, a neatly written page, or a carefully solved problem earned nods of approval, sometimes even small tokens or words that lingered long in memory. Such affirmations carried weight, for they were rare and therefore cherished, showing children that diligence and obedience led not only to knowledge, but to honor in the eyes of their teacher and peers. Over time, this blend of correction and commendation created a culture where learning was inseparable from the shaping of conscience, where the act of sitting upright, speaking clearly, and attending faithfully became moral training as much as intellectual exercise. In this way, the colonial schoolhouse prepared children not merely to read or calculate, but to carry themselves with the restraint, humility, and persistence that their society prized. What may have seemed to the students a strict and sometimes unforgiving environment was, in the eyes of their elders, the very crucible in which citizens were formed, where the next generation was tested and tempered, ready to face a world that demanded both endurance and faith. The curriculum of the colonial New England schoolhouse reflected the values and necessities of its society. For education was not an abstract pursuit, but a practical preparation for life in a community bound by faith, labor, and civic duty. The foundation of nearly every lesson was reading, and at the heart of reading lay the Bible. The horn book, a simple wooden paddle with a sheet of paper protected by transparent horn, often carried the alphabet, syllables, and the Lord's Prayer. From this humble beginning, children advanced to the New England Primer, the small book that blended literacy with moral instruction. Its rhymes taught not only letters but virtues, each couplet embedding scripture or moral precepts into memory. In Adam's Fall, We Sinned All was not just a way to remember the letter A, but a reminder of the human condition and the necessity of faith. Reading passages were selected less for their entertainment than for their moral weight, reinforcing values of obedience, humility, and diligence. Writing came next, often practiced with quills fashioned from goose feathers, dipped into homemade ink prepared from berries, bark, or soot. Paper was precious and costly, so children frequently practiced first on sanded boards or slates, tracing letters until their hand grew steady. Copying passages from scripture or maxims about virtue reinforced both handwriting and memory, the act of forming each letter seen as an exercise in discipline as much as in skill. Arithmetic, though taught less extensively, carried equal importance for practical life. Sums were rehearsed aloud, with children chanting tables of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division until they became second nature. Problems often related to trade, farming, or household accounts, preparing students to measure grain, tally debts, or divide inheritances fairly. Geography and history were sometimes introduced in older grades, but always with a focus on moral or religious interpretation, situating the colonies within God's providential plan. Lessons were not designed to spark curiosity or individual expression as in modern education, but to root children firmly in a shared framework of duty, belief, and order. Teachers drew heavily on recitation, calling pupils forward to read or repeat passages aloud, drilling them until words and meanings were firmly fixed in memory. Silence was expected when others spoke, and children listened as their classmates rehearsed the same texts, the repetition embedding lessons deeply into collective consciousness. The rhythm of recitation filled the schoolhouse day, broken only by brief pauses to warm stiff hands by the fire, or to shift on hard benches when the strain of stillness grew too much. In many schools, older boys and girls assisted by hearing the younger ones recite, a system that reinforced their own knowledge while fostering responsibility. Memorization extended beyond literacy. Children often learned entire psalms, catechisms, and moral aphorisms, committing them to memory so that they could draw upon them throughout life. The belief was that knowledge stored in the heart and mind would guard against idleness, sin, and error. This relentless focus on repetition, memorization, and moral embedding created an atmosphere where the boundary between education and devotion blurred, and where every act of learning became a quiet rehearsal of spiritual and civic responsibility. Yet within this rigor, there was also an undercurrent of aspiration, for literacy opened doors that mere labor could not. A child who learned to read and write was prepared not only to manage a farm or shop, but to engage with scripture directly, to understand contracts, and even in some cases, to advance into leadership. Communities recognized this, which is why even the most modest families contributed to sustaining their schoolhouses, sacrificing labor and resources to ensure that their children might grow into upright, capable members of society. The curriculum was thus a mirror of the world the colonists envisioned, one where faith guided thought, where discipline shaped character, and where learning was never separated from moral purpose. In the silence of the schoolroom, broken only by the scratching of quills, the chanting of psalms, and the steady rhythm of recitation, one hears not merely the formation of young minds, but the shaping of a culture, where knowledge and virtue were intertwined as inseparably as ink on paper. The discipline of the colonial New England schoolhouse was as central to its purpose as the curriculum itself, for education was not only about letters and numbers, but about shaping character to fit the needs of the community. Order and obedience were virtues prized above cleverness or imagination, and the methods of enforcing them were strict by modern standards. The schoolmaster ruled his classroom with unquestioned authority, seated at a desk slightly elevated above the benches, a symbolic reminder that knowledge and power flowed downward from his position. The children, seated in rigid rows, were expected to remain still for long stretches of time, their backs straight and their eyes attentive, despite the discomfort of the wooden benches and the chill that crept in from the drafty walls. Silence was demanded, for talking out of turn was considered not merely disruptive, but disrespectful to the teacher and to learning itself. If a child whispered, giggled, or fidgeted too much, punishment followed swiftly, for in the eyes of the schoolmaster, small breaches of discipline could lead to larger failings of character. Corporal punishment was common, though varied in severity. The rod or the birch switch hung visibly on the wall, a constant reminder of the consequences of disobedience. Some masters used the ferule, a flat piece of wood, to strike the palm, while others employed the dunce stool or cap, placing an erring child in a humiliating position before peers. The purpose, however harsh, was thought to instill humility, obedience, and a sense of the seriousness of education. To spare the rod, many believed, was to spoil the child, and discipline was viewed as an act of moral correction rather than cruelty. Yet discipline was not always physical. There were also systems of shame and correction. A child who failed to recite a passage might be required to stand for long hours, or to sit apart from others as a visible mark of failure. In some schools, a boy who was lazy might be made to wear a label around his neck with the word idle, while a girl who whispered might carry a wooden token until she caught another in the same offense, passing the shame along like a burden. Such practices reinforced not only obedience, but community responsibility, for children policed each other as well as themselves. The schoolmaster's authority extended beyond the classroom, for parents entrusted him with moral as well as intellectual formation. To question his methods was rare, and most families accepted his sternness as necessary, for they themselves governed their households with similar firmness. The long hours of stillness, repetition, and discipline were thought to harden children against idleness, to prepare them for a life of toil and obedience to law and scripture. Boys destined for farms, shops, or even the ministry would need to submit to authority, just as girls destined for households would need patience, humility, and endurance. The schoolhouse was therefore a place where the habits of obedience were rehearsed daily, until they became second nature. But discipline was also linked to aspiration, for the child who mastered obedience and diligence might advance to opportunities beyond their station. A poor boy who learned to read well, to calculate sums, and to carry himself with decorum might one day attend a grammar school or even Harvard College, where ministers and civic leaders were trained. The path upward was narrow, but discipline was the gatekeeper, ensuring that only the most steadfast advanced. Within this strict system, however, moments of humanity did appear. Some teachers, though stern, were also deeply respected and even loved. for their fairness and their dedication. A master who balanced firmness with encouragement could inspire loyalty that endured long after childhood. For many pupils, the memory of discipline faded, while the gift of literacy and order remained. And so, in the colonial schoolhouse, discipline was not a separate element from learning, but woven into its very fabric. The rod and the book, the slate and the ferule, the silence and the recitation, these formed a single tapestry of education, where knowledge and character were shaped together. In this world, the noise of children at play was banished at the threshold, replaced by the solemn rhythm of order, for the schoolhouse was less a place of curiosity than a forge, in which young souls were hammered into the shape their society required. The rhythm of the colonial New England schoolhouse was shaped not only by discipline and recitation, but by the seasons, for life in the 18th century followed the cycles of nature more than the dictates of clocks. In winter, the schoolhouse was often the coldest place in the village, a drafty wooden structure where the wind pressed through cracks and the single fireplace struggled to warm the space. Children trudged through snow in heavy boots or simple shoes, some carrying logs as their contribution to the day's firewood. For heating the schoolhouse was a shared responsibility. Once inside, they huddled near the hearth when allowed, though the outer edges of the room remained cold, and ink froze in inkwells if left too long. Lessons continued regardless of discomfort, for perseverance was seen as a virtue, and enduring hardship was considered part of one's education. The sound of slates scratching, voices reciting verses, and the master's commands filled the chilly air, and the hours passed slowly, marked by the faint light of short winter days. In contrast, summer sessions brought heat and dust, for the windows, small and often fixed, admitted little air. Flies and insects drifted inside, and children fought drowsiness as the sun poured through the small panes. The benches grew sticky, the air heavy, and yet recitation continued. Some schools operated only during winter, when farm work was less demanding, while others held summer sessions, especially for girls who might be freed from agricultural labor at that time. Attendance, therefore, rose and fell with the agricultural calendar. Planting and harvest seasons pulled children from the benches back to the fields, for their labor was indispensable at home. A boy might miss weeks of school to help bring in hay or tend livestock, while a girl might stay home to churn butter, spin wool, or care for younger siblings. Education, though valued, could never fully displace the rhythms of survival. Families balanced the need for literacy with the demands of livelihood, and so the school year was always irregular, stitched between the cycles of planting, tending, and reaping. The seasons also influenced the materials of learning. In the dim light of winter, candles might be lit sparingly, for wax was costly, and pupils strained their eyes over faded texts. In summer, natural light lingered, but heat made concentration difficult, and the master's task was to hold the children's focus against the lure of open fields and running streams. Some days were shortened, dismissed early when storms approached, or when work in the fields was urgent, for education, though serious, bent before the needs of the household economy. The calendar was punctuated with breaks not for leisure, but for necessity. Harvest time, town meetings, or days of worship. Sundays were devoted entirely to the meeting house, where children sat with families through long sermons that echoed the same lessons of obedience and morality they heard at school. In this way, the seasonal rhythm of education was interwoven with the rhythm of faith and labor. Even the subjects of lessons might reflect the time of year, with biblical passages about sowing and reaping emphasized in spring, or psalms of endurance recited during the coldest months. Pupils, through these cycles, learned not only literacy, but the stoic patience demanded by a life tied to the land. Teachers, too, adapted their methods to the seasons, urging diligence in winter when attendance was stronger, and reviewing in summer when gaps appeared in learning. The irregularity meant progress was uneven, and many children left school with patchwork knowledge, strong in memorized scripture but weak in arithmetic, or able to recite moral aphorisms but uncertain in spelling. Yet the community accepted this, for education was never expected to be universal or consistent. It was a supplement to life, not its center. A boy who could read his Bible and tally sums for trade was considered sufficiently educated, while a girl who could write her name and keep household accounts met the expectation of her role. The seasonal rhythm, with its interruptions and returns, became part of the very fabric of education, teaching children flexibility and endurance. School was not a place apart from life, but a thread woven through its larger pattern, sometimes bright, sometimes faint, but always present. Thus, the colonial schoolhouse, bound by weather and work, mirrored the larger truth of its society, that learning was not a pursuit of luxury, but a discipline of necessity, shaped by hardship, sustained by faith, and measured not by years completed, but by the endurance and adaptability of those who passed through its door. The schoolhouse in colonial New England was not simply a place of lessons, but a social crossroads where children from different families mingled, shared experiences, and sometimes clashed. Within its plain wooden walls, the daily interactions of pupils mirrored the larger dynamics of their small communities. Boys and girls often sat separately, with older pupils sometimes placed apart from the youngest, and within these divisions, subtle hierarchies emerged. The older boys, tasked with heavier chores like carrying logs or shoveling snow, often assumed an air of superiority, while the younger ones looked on with both admiration and fear. Girls, expected to be quiet and orderly, might exchange glances or whispers, passing slates discreetly when the master's back was turned. Yet despite rules against frivolity, friendships bloomed in whispered moments before lessons began, or during shared tasks, such as cleaning the floor with sand or replenishing the fire. These bonds extended beyond the schoolhouse, creating networks of loyalty that would carry into adulthood in communities where neighbors relied on one another for survival. Discipline, however, constantly loomed. Any quarrel, loudness, or show of disrespect was quickly addressed by the schoolmaster, who saw his role as both educator and moral guardian. Small infractions might earn a reprimand or the sting of a switch, while greater disobedience invited harsher measures, standing in the corner for hours, being made to wear a sign proclaiming one's offense, or receiving public scolding before one's peers. To modernize, such punishments seem harsh, but in the culture of the time, they were seen as necessary for shaping character and reinforcing order in a society where obedience was prized. Some pupils, nevertheless, resisted in quiet ways. A boy might carve his initials into a desk, leaving a mark of defiance that lasted generations. A girl might deliberately stumble in recitation to avoid the appearance of pride, for humility was expected but difficult to balance with ambition. Others turned their energy into playful mischief, hiding chalk, dulling quills, or slipping an apple core into a classmate's satchel. These small rebellions provided brief relief from the monotony of rote learning, and while punished when discovered, they endured as part of the shared memory of school life. Social differences also shaped interactions. The children of wealthier farmers or town officials often arrived with better clothing, sturdier boots, and sometimes more books, while poorer children came in patched garments and carried only a slate. This disparity was visible to all, reinforcing the reality that education, though open to many, was not truly equal. Yet within the schoolhouse walls, all recited the same catechism, all struggled with the same arithmetic tables, and all bent under the same master's discipline. For some, this shared experience created a sense of equality that softened class divisions, at least temporarily. For others, it highlighted their disadvantages, planting seeds of resentment or humility that shaped their character in adulthood. Gender expectations further colored the schoolhouse dynamic. While boys were pushed toward arithmetic and writing, girls were often reminded of their future roles as wives and mothers. Teachers emphasized piety and domestic virtues for girls, sometimes excusing them from more advanced studies in order to focus on sewing or household tasks at home. Still, many girls longed for fuller learning, and some families, especially in towns, permitted their daughters to continue studies longer than usual. These exceptions produced literate women who later taught their own children or, in rare cases, became schoolmistresses themselves. Such variation illustrated the tension between tradition and aspiration in colonial life. Despite the divisions, there was a sense of collective identity formed by the shared rigors of the schoolhouse. Pupils who had once whispered together on the benches would later stand side by side in the meeting house pews, serve together in militias, or work the same fields. The lessons of patience, endurance, and cooperation learned under the master's watch became essential virtues for life in communities where survival demanded collaboration. Even the stories of mischief, whispered years later at gatherings or passed down to children, became part of the folklore of each village. In this way, the schoolhouse was more than an institution of learning. It was a forge where social bonds, hierarchies, and values were shaped in small but lasting ways. The interactions of children in that simple, drafty room captured the essence of colonial society itself, ordered yet restless, disciplined yet human, bound by faith and necessity, yet still colored by laughter, resistance, and the irrepressible spirit of youth. Beyond the daily lessons and interactions, the village schoolhouse in colonial New England also served as a stage for the rhythms of the year, with the changing seasons dictating not only the curriculum, but also the very mood of the classroom. In the long winter months, when daylight was scarce and the air outside bit with relentless frost, the schoolhouse became a refuge from the cold, even though the warmth was often inadequate. The single fireplace, fueled by logs that pupils themselves carried, never fully banished the chill, and children huddled close, their breath visible in the frigid air as they copied passages from the Bible or stumbled through recitations of multiplication tables. The master's stern voice sometimes seemed softened by the weather, for even he wrapped his cloak tighter around his shoulders and rubbed his hands before the fire. Winter days were long and monotonous, but they were also a time of endurance, teaching children the patience and fortitude that would mark their adult lives. When spring arrived, the atmosphere in the schoolhouse shifted noticeably. The thaw released the streams, the fields turned green, and children entered the schoolroom with mud clinging to their boots, the scent of wet earth on their clothes. Restlessness grew with the lengthening days. Pupils gazed through small windows toward the brightening world outside, where planting awaited in family fields and lambs bleated in the pastures. Attendance often faltered, for families required children's labor at this time of year, and the master sometimes lectured sternly on the dangers of neglecting learning. Yet even he knew that the village's survival depended upon crops and chores. Lessons were shortened, breaks extended, and the schoolhouse itself seemed to breathe with a lighter, more forgiving rhythm, as if acknowledging that life outside its walls could not be ignored. Summer brought its own peculiar challenges. The heat turned the wooden building into a stifling chamber, where flies buzzed endlessly, scratching quills stuck to sweating hands, and pupils struggled to remain attentive. Some schoolhouses closed altogether in the peak of planting or harvest, their benches empty as children bent over rows of corn or wheat instead of slates. In communities where schooling continued, lessons began early in the morning before the heat grew unbearable, with afternoons sometimes given over to outdoor tasks or even informal instruction beneath the shade of a tree. The arrival of autumn marked a return to stricter routine. Harvest completed, families once again sent children to the schoolhouse in greater numbers, and the master redoubled his efforts to instill discipline after months of looser attendance. The air grew crisp, leaves drifted past the windows, and the smell of smoke from nearby hearths mingled with the scent of ink and chalk. Pupils, now accustomed to work in the fields, carried with them a sturdier patience, and the schoolhouse resumed its role as the community's anchor of instruction and moral formation. Seasonal festivals and holy days also punctuated the school calendar. Days such as the Sabbath were scrupulously respected, with no instruction permitted, and at times of great community gatherings, lessons were suspended so that all could participate. On rare occasions, the schoolhouse itself served as the site of such gatherings, doubling as a hall where families listened to sermons, discussed town matters, or even hosted visiting preachers. This dual role reinforced the notion that education, faith, and community life were inseparably woven together. The rhythm of the seasons also highlighted the resilience required of both teachers and pupils. Quills had to be mended repeatedly after being worn down by hours of copying, ink froze in winter, and books wore thin from constant handling. Yet these hardships became part of the shared memory of each generation, remembered less as trials and more as marks of perseverance. To survive the shifting demands of nature while continuing to seek knowledge was itself a lesson in determination, one that prepared children for the uncertainties of adult life, in a land where prosperity was never guaranteed and where each year could bring flood, drought, or illness. Looking back, one can see how the schoolhouse mirrored the natural cycle of life in colonial New England. It was not merely an isolated structure where learning occurred, but an organism that bent and adapted with the seasons, carrying forward the traditions of faith, endurance, and community responsibility. The very experience of moving from winter's icy patience to spring's restless yearning, summer's weary heat, and autumn's steady return to order created a rhythm that imprinted itself on children's minds. These cycles reminded them that education was not divorced from life's practical demands, but existed alongside them, shaped by the same earth and weather that governed crops, harvests, and survival. In this way, the seasonal patterns of the schoolhouse linked learning to the larger rhythm of colonial existence, ensuring that the lessons absorbed there were never just of the mind, but also of the heart and spirit. As we come to the closing reflections on the colonial New England schoolhouse, it is important to understand not only its physical appearance and seasonal rhythms, but also its deeper cultural significance. The simple one-room structure, often with rough-hewn benches, a single hearth, and bare windows, stood as more than a place of rote learning. It was a vessel for shaping identity, transmitting values, and linking one generation to the next. Within those walls, children were not merely memorizing letters and numbers. They were absorbing the very ideals that would eventually shape a new society. The centrality of reading the Bible, for example, ensured that religious instruction was not a separate subject, but the foundation of nearly every exercise. The ability to read scripture was seen as essential for salvation and moral order, and so literacy was pursued with unusual vigor compared to many parts of the world at that time. Yet the emphasis on literacy was not only spiritual, it was also civic. In communities governed by town meetings and covenants, citizens were expected to understand laws, contracts, and sermons. Thus, the schoolhouse trained children not only for their eternal souls, but also for their earthly roles as future townsmen and women who could participate in governance, uphold communal discipline, and make decisions for the collective good. Writing, though less emphasized than reading, was another skill carefully nurtured, for the ability to draft contracts, keep accounts, and record agreements was indispensable in a society that prized self-reliance and accountability. Arithmetic, taught with slates and chalk, further prepared children for the practical demands of trade, farming, and household management. And yet, even as these subjects were taught, the discipline of the classroom itself may have been the most enduring lesson of all. Children learned to rise when addressed, to bow to their elders, to sit quietly for long stretches, and to restrain impulses. Lessons that prepared them to submit to authority, to endure hardship, and to place communal needs above personal whims. Such lessons were as much about forming character as about transmitting knowledge. For girls, the curriculum was often more limited, and yet their presence in the schoolhouse was equally significant. While boys were prepared for roles in governance or the ministry, girls absorbed the literacy that would allow them to read scripture, manage households, and educate their own children. Thus, even in modest ways, the schoolhouse contributed to the diffusion of literacy among women, planting seeds for future generations where female education would expand further. Beyond academics, the schoolhouse was a powerful equalizer. Within its plain walls, the children of farmers, tradesmen, and sometimes even the local minister sat side by side, scratching letters onto slates or sounding out syllables in unison. Wealth could not purchase privilege within that space, for the same harsh master's rod, the same firewood to be carried, and the same icy drafts pressed equally upon all. This experience reinforced a sense of shared identity, reminding every child that survival in the new world required cooperation, humility, and endurance. Yet the schoolhouse was not immune to criticism. Some contemporaries lamented the harshness of corporal punishment, the monotony of memorization, or the lack of broader knowledge beyond religious texts. Still, for all its shortcomings, it represented one of the earliest widespread efforts at education in the colonies, setting precedents for public schooling that would later become a defining feature of American society. Indeed, when viewed in hindsight, the colonial New England schoolhouse can be seen as the ancestor of the public education system that expanded in later centuries. Its insistence on literacy for all, its integration of civic and moral instruction, and its commitment to teaching children within their communities all foreshadowed principles that would eventually spread far beyond its humble walls. The tiny building with rough benches and smoky air thus played an outsized role in shaping the trajectory of a nation. One can imagine the echoes of small voices reciting psalms, the scratch of quills on rough paper, the shuffle of boots across wooden floors, and the stern rebukes of a master striving to maintain order. These faint echoes, carried forward across centuries, remind us that education, however imperfect, has always been a cornerstone of cultural survival and growth. The colonial schoolhouse may have been plain, even austere, but it was never insignificant. Its lessons reached beyond spelling and sums, instilling in children the virtues of endurance, faith, and communal responsibility. As such, the schoolhouse stands not merely as a relic of the past, but as a symbol of the resilience and vision that shaped early New England. And though the wooden beams may have rotted, and the simple desks long vanished, the spirit of that education continues to live on in the principles of literacy, equality, and civic duty that underpin society today. And that brings us to the end of the previous story. Before we move on to the next, I would truly appreciate it if you could give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It helps us continue bringing you more gentle stories to fall asleep to. And now, let us continue with the next tale in our series of boring history for sleep, as we turn to how people slept through the centuries. When we think of sleep today, we often picture a quiet room, a comfortable mattress, a soft pillow, and perhaps the gentle hum of a fan or the glow of a bedside lamp. Yet, the way people have slept has not always been so familiar. Across centuries and civilizations, sleep was shaped by culture, by necessity, by the design of homes, by the rhythms of work and daylight, and even by the fears that lingered after dark. To drift into the subject of sleep through history is to wander into a world that is both recognizable and strange, where some habits feel surprisingly modern, while others remind us of how different life once was. In the ancient world, for instance, sleep was often dictated by the natural rise and fall of the sun. Without electricity or artificial lighting, most people in villages, towns, and cities structured their lives around daylight. In ancient Egypt, simple mats of woven reeds or straw laid on the floor were common for ordinary people, while the wealthy might have wooden frames covered with cloth or leather, sometimes with headrests carved from stone. These were not the soft pillows we know today, but curved supports designed to keep the head elevated, possibly to stay cool in the heat or to avoid insects. The Greeks and Romans later introduced couches and raised beds with mattresses stuffed with wool, hay, or even feathers for those who could afford them. Still, for many, sleep was a shared experience. Families, and sometimes servants, rested together in the same room, both for warmth and safety. In medieval Europe, sleep took on yet another form. Houses were smaller, fires were crucial for warmth, and space was limited, so entire households might sleep in a single chamber. The bed itself, for those who had one, was a prized possession, often made from wood with a frame designed to keep in straw or down stuffing, layered with blankets and furs. Curtains around the bed were not only for privacy, but also to retain heat. For peasants, however, sleeping on a pile of hay, sometimes in the same space as animals, was more common than not. What is especially curious is how people in earlier centuries may not have slept in a single stretch of time. Historical records, from medical texts to diaries, describe something called segmented sleep. People would often go to bed shortly after dusk, wake up in the middle of the night for an hour or two, and then return to rest until dawn. That middle period, sometimes called the watch, was used for prayer, quiet reflection, small household tasks, or even conversations with neighbors who happened to be awake. In the stillness of a world without bright lights or digital clocks, night was not necessarily a continuous block of unconsciousness, but a rhythm with its own pauses. Beyond Europe, in cultures across Asia, sleep patterns carried their own traditions. In Japan, the futon was developed, a simple bedding laid out at night and folded away during the day, keeping living spaces versatile and uncluttered. In China, raised wooden platforms might serve as both beds and daytime seating areas, emphasizing practicality. In warmer climates such as India, people often slept outdoors on woven charpoy beds, which allowed air to circulate freely beneath them during hot nights. Each adaptation reflected not only cultural values, but also the demands of climate and environment. What we might find even more surprising is that people once saw sleep not as a separate, private act, but as a communal and social part of life. In inns or way stations, travelers often slept side by side with strangers. In families, children might crowd into bed with parents and siblings. Even royalty or nobility were rarely entirely alone in their chambers. Attendants and guards were close at hand. Solitary sleeping, the idea that each person should have their own bed and bedroom, is actually a relatively modern invention. Sleep was also shaped by beliefs and superstitions. The night was often viewed as dangerous, a time when spirits, thieves, or misfortune might strike. To sleep too deeply was to risk vulnerability. Some cultures kept fires burning through the night for protection, while others relied on charms or rituals to ward off the unknown. The act of lying down to rest was not only physical, but also spiritual, carrying with it both comfort and caution. As we drift through these centuries of habits and customs, we begin to see sleep not as a fixed routine, but as something flexible, molded by circumstances, fears, and resources. The human need for rest never changed, yet how it was achieved differed greatly. In looking back, we might recognize echoes of our own routines, like the comfort of a pillow or the quiet peace of night, and at the same time, marvel at how much we take for granted in the luxury of a secure, private, and uninterrupted slumber. Part 1 of this exploration offers only the beginning of a long journey, a reminder that the story of sleep is as old as humanity itself, woven into the fabric of daily life, and shifting with every age, every household, and every society that has ever closed its eyes against the dark. As we continue our journey through the history of sleep, we move deeper into the world of early modern times, where the transition from medieval traditions to the dawn of industrial society brought gradual but significant changes to how people rested. In the 17th and 18th centuries, the household bed was still one of the most valuable possessions a family could own, often passed down through generations, carefully carved and built to last decades. In many rural homes, the bed was a central feature of life, sometimes placed in the main living area, where it doubled as a resting space during the day. Curtains around the bed remained common, serving both to trap heat and to provide a small illusion of privacy in rooms that were otherwise shared with parents, children, and extended relatives. While wealthier households in cities across Europe developed elaborate bedchambers decorated with ornate canopies, embroidered sheets, and feather mattresses, poorer families often relied on straw-filled sacks that needed to be shaken daily to prevent the stuffing from becoming lumpy or moldy. At the same time, the practice of segmented sleep continued to appear in diaries, letters, and even literature of the time. Writers like Robert Burton, who penned The Anatomy of Melancholy in the early 17th century, mentioned the idea of a first sleep and a second sleep. Many households considered this middle-of-the-night wakefulness a normal part of life. During those hours, people might quietly pray, stoke the fire, read by candlelight if they could afford wax or oil, or even step outside to check on animals or gardens. It was a pause within the night, a time not wasted but gently woven into daily rhythms. Unlike today, when insomnia is viewed as a problem, waking up in the middle of the night centuries ago was not always seen as unusual or distressing. It was, in many ways, simply part of the natural flow of human rest. The structure of homes and the design of cities also influenced how people slept. In crowded urban neighborhoods, with narrow streets and houses pressed close together, the sounds of carriages, bells, or market activity could break through the quiet of night. People became accustomed to noise in a way that many of us, insulated by modern windows and soundproofing, might find difficult today. In contrast, in rural areas, night was defined by a deep darkness and silence, broken only by the sounds of wind, animals, or the occasional call of a neighbor across the fields. Nighttime was a fragile space, both restful and uncertain. Superstitions about the dangers of night continued to shape behavior. In many places, people believed that evil spirits wandered most freely in the dark. To leave a candle burning while sleeping, though expensive, was sometimes considered a protective measure. Some families sprinkled holy water near the bed, or kept small religious tokens by the pillow to guard against nightmares or visitations from the unknown. Even the way people positioned their beds was thought to matter. In certain traditions, placing the head of the bed facing north or away from the door carried spiritual significance. Across the Atlantic, in the colonies of North America, similar patterns appeared, but were adapted to the new environment. Colonial homes were simple, often consisting of 1 or 2 rooms, where families slept together for warmth and security. The bedding was often sparse, with blankets made from wool or animal hides, and beds filled with corn husks or straw. Children might sleep on pallets near the hearth, while adults shared the main bed. The lack of insulation and the severity of winter meant that huddling together was not only cultural, but practical for survival. In wealthier households of cities like Boston or Philadelphia, imported goods from Europe, such as feather mattresses and fine linens, were considered luxuries, signaling social status as much as comfort. The concept of sleep was also shaped by the daily demands of labor. Farmers rose before dawn, craftsmen worked long hours, and servants often had to be awake before their masters. For many, sleep was never a guaranteed 8 hours, but rather a necessity squeezed between work, chores, and responsibilities. Seasonal changes played a large role too. Longer winter nights allowed more time for rest, while summer's extended daylight shortened the hours of darkness, often requiring people to work earlier and later. These shifting patterns remind us that sleep was flexible and tied to natural rhythms in ways modern life, with electric lighting and round-the-clock schedules, has largely forgotten. Meanwhile, cultural attitudes toward sleep began to change gradually. In an age of growing literacy and widespread printing, nighttime reading became more accessible, though still limited to those who could afford books and candles. The hours of wakefulness between first and second sleep sometimes became moments of quiet contemplation, where individuals reflected on the events of the day or wrote letters in solitude. Sleep was not merely an unconscious necessity, but also a space of introspection tied to both the body and the spirit. All of these practices, segmented sleep, communal resting, protective rituals, and seasonal rhythms, paint a picture of a world where night was not as uniform or private as it is today. Instead, it was layered with meaning, with duty, with a sense of shared experience, and with constant negotiation between safety and vulnerability. To close one's eyes in those centuries was to surrender to darkness in a way that modern lighting and security rarely allow us to imagine. In reflecting on this period of history, we begin to see how human rest is not only biological, but also deeply cultural, shaped by environment, fear, faith, and necessity. The beds may have been simple or ornate, the blankets thin or luxurious, but the act of sleep itself was always a balance between comfort and caution, between routine and adaptation, between the human need to rest and the realities of life that made rest both precious and fragile. As the centuries moved forward into the 18th and early 19th centuries, the patterns of sleep that had remained largely stable for generations began to shift gradually under the pressure of social, cultural, and technological change. This was a time when the Enlightenment encouraged new ways of thinking about the body, the mind, and even the rhythms of daily life. Philosophers and physicians alike debated the nature of rest, with some insisting that the segmented pattern of a first and second sleep was natural, while others began to argue for a consolidated block of sleep as a sign of efficiency and discipline. It was also during this time that lighting, both public and private, started to alter the very meaning of night. In European cities, oil lamps and later gas lamps lit the streets after dusk, stretching social life further into the evening and allowing people to work, read, and gather long after the sun had set. What had once been hours of silence and darkness became instead a new window of possibility, where taverns, coffee houses, and salons stayed lively until late. For those who could afford such leisure, the night was no longer exclusively tied to rest. The wealthy might attend theaters or hold dinners that stretched well past midnight, while even ordinary people began to adapt their sleep to the extended hours of activity. At the same time, domestic interiors reflected these changes. Bedrooms of the upper classes became more elaborate, with specialized furnishings and heavy draperies designed to provide comfort and seclusion from the noise and light outside. Feather mattresses, linen sheets, and down-filled quilts grew more common, and furniture makers took pride in crafting bedsteads that symbolized refinement as much as rest. Among poorer households, however, sleep remained tied to necessity. In cramped tenements of growing industrial towns, families often shared 1 or 2 beds, or even slept in shifts if space was lacking. Overcrowding and poverty meant that privacy was rare, and nighttime rest was often interrupted by the demands of labor, crying children, or the simple discomfort of inadequate bedding. In rural communities, where candlelight was expensive and darkness still dictated the pace of life, the segmented sleep pattern persisted much longer. People retired shortly after dusk, awoke in the middle of the night for prayer or small tasks, and then returned to their beds until dawn. Letters, diaries, and records from farmers, artisans, and servants reflect this rhythm, demonstrating how flexible sleep could be when not yet forced into the rigid schedules of modern industry. Yet the cultural meaning of sleep continued to evolve. Intellectuals began to associate long, uninterrupted sleep with laziness, while shorter, disciplined rest was sometimes praised as a sign of self-control. The growing obsession with productivity in the 18th century, particularly in urban centers, began to reframe sleep not as a sacred necessity, but as a resource to be managed. The spread of printed manuals on health and domestic order advised families on proper hours of sleep, suggesting that too much or too little could harm both body and spirit. Religious influences also shaped attitudes toward rest. Protestant traditions, particularly in Northern Europe and colonial America, encouraged modesty and discipline even in the private space of the bed. Ministers warned against oversleeping as a form of idleness, linking moral virtue with rising early and working diligently. Morning was increasingly framed as a sacred time for prayer and labor, and the image of industrious individuals awake at dawn became a cultural ideal. This gradual moralization of sleep fed into the broader changes that were soon to come with the Industrial Revolution. Already in the 18th century, signs of that transformation were visible. Factories began to appear, requiring workers to keep fixed hours, often starting at dawn and ending late in the day. For the first time, large numbers of people were no longer free to adjust their rest according to the seasons or their personal rhythms. The clock, rather than the sun, became the master of sleep. In households tied to industrial labor, this meant stricter schedules for going to bed and waking, sometimes forcing people to consolidate their sleep into one block instead of two. The transition was not immediate, but over time, the idea of segmented sleep began to fade in urban centers, replaced by the expectation of a single long rest, interrupted only by fatigue or illness. In the countryside, traditions lasted longer, but the influence of industry gradually spread outward, carrying with it new assumptions about what proper rest should look like. Another important factor was the relationship between sleep and medicine. Physicians of the time wrote extensively about the role of rest in maintaining health, and many promoted specific sleeping postures, diets, and routines that they believed contributed to better slumber. Some recommended going to bed with a light stomach, others advised drinking warm milk or wine, while certain remedies included herbs like valerian or chamomile. Nightmares and sleepwalking were treated with both superstition and early medical theories, and the bedchamber itself became an arena where science and tradition collided. Dreams were increasingly interpreted not only as messages from the divine, but also as reflections of the nervous system, an idea that would pave the way for modern psychology. In this period, we also find a growing awareness of sleep as an individual experience, distinct from the communal or shared sleep of earlier times. While many still slept together in one room, the notion of privacy began to emerge as a desirable aspect of rest, particularly among the middle and upper classes. Separate bedrooms for children, servants, or guests became more common in wealthy households, signaling a shift toward sleep as a personal retreat rather than a purely collective necessity. Yet even in these more private settings, night remained a time of vulnerability. The dangers of fire from candles or lamps, the risks of illness, and the pervasive fear of death during sleep lingered in the cultural imagination. The very act of lying down in bed carried with it both comfort and unease, a reminder of mortality as much as a reprieve from labor. To sleep in the 18th and early 19th centuries was to balance old traditions and new expectations, to navigate between the rhythms of the natural world and the demands of an increasingly ordered society. It was a period of transition, where the weight of centuries-old habits still lingered, but the seeds of modern sleep culture had already been planted. The segmented night, once so ordinary, was slowly giving way to the consolidated slumber that we now take for granted. In the quiet hours of those centuries, as candles flickered and clocks ticked steadily, human beings were not only resting, but also reshaping the very meaning of rest itself, preparing for the profound changes that the coming industrial age would soon bring. As the 19th century unfolded, sleep was drawn more tightly into the framework of industrial society, and its patterns began to reflect the new demands of time, labor, and technology. Factories, trains, and urban growth created environments where the rhythm of life no longer followed the natural cycles of daylight and darkness, but instead adhered to the strict ticking of mechanical clocks. The segmented sleep that had been so common for centuries was gradually abandoned in favor of a single, continuous block of rest, a change that was both practical and cultural. In the crowded cities of Britain, America, and continental Europe, working-class families adjusted their lives around the factory whistle. Laborers rose before dawn to make long walks to mills, returning late in the evening exhausted, leaving little room for the waking interval between first and second sleep that had once been natural. Employers expected punctuality and discipline, and oversleeping was punished harshly. The bed was no longer a flexible refuge, but a place to compress recovery into the shortest hours possible, often shared with others in cramped housing where privacy was scarce. In wealthier households, the new culture of sleep looked different but was equally shaped by industrial progress. Bedrooms became more specialized and decorated with ornate furniture, thick curtains, and patterned wallpaper, turning them into private retreats that symbolized comfort and status. Innovations in bedding, such as metal bed frames, coil spring mattresses, and manufactured linens, spread rapidly during the 19th century, offering a more standardized idea of comfort that could be bought rather than handcrafted or passed down through families. Middle-class manuals advised on the correct number of hours to sleep, often between 7 and 8, emphasizing efficiency and health rather than the segmented, prayerful rhythm of earlier centuries. Lighting technology had perhaps the greatest effect on how people slept. Gas lamps first, and later electricity, turned night into an extension of the day. Shops, theaters, and cafes stayed open far later, allowing people to socialize or work long past sunset. Where once the darkness of night naturally drove people to bed, now light itself postponed sleep, and the hours before midnight were increasingly filled with activity. Doctors began to warn that staying up late could damage the nerves or weaken the body, yet society embraced the possibility of nightlife with enthusiasm. Sleep was being shortened, compressed, and rationalized to fit the pace of modern progress. Another striking feature of the 19th century was the growing medicalization of sleep. Physicians studied insomnia, night terrors, and exhaustion with new scientific curiosity, framing them as ailments that could be treated. Sleep hygiene became a term in health advice, urging people to maintain fresh air in their rooms, avoid overeating before bed, and adhere to strict hours. Popular remedies such as laudanum, opium tinctures, and later barbiturates became widespread, reflecting both the anxiety of sleeplessness and the desire for control over the body. Sleep, once a communal and spiritual act, was becoming an object of science, subject to experimentation and intervention. In literature and culture, night took on new meanings as well. Writers and poets described insomnia as a condition of the modern spirit, tied to anxiety, ambition, or loneliness. The romantic imagination often turned the sleepless night into a source of creativity, while the realist writers of the later century depicted it as a symptom of industrial stress and urban life. Newspapers published advice columns about how to rest better, and sleep itself became part of a broader conversation about civilization, morality, and efficiency. The gendered nature of sleep also shifted. Middle-class ideals of the time emphasized the importance of women creating restful homes, with bedrooms that promoted order, morality, and health. Women were expected to manage the household's rest, ensuring children went to bed early and husbands were undisturbed after long days of work. In contrast, working-class women often endured fragmented sleep, juggling factory shifts, household duties, and child-rearing late into the night. Diaries and social reports reveal that sleep was not equally available to all, but shaped by class, gender, and occupation in profound ways. In rural areas, traditional patterns persisted longer. Farmers and laborers often still rose with the sun and went to bed after dusk, but even they felt the growing influence of market demands and industrial schedules. Railroads and shipping timetables introduced precise measures of time into daily life, further eroding the old flexibility of segmented rest. The night was increasingly conquered by machines, schedules, and artificial light, transforming not only how people worked, but also how they dreamed. By the late 19th century, the expectation of a consolidated night of sleep was nearly universal in industrial societies. Manuals, medical texts, and even moral advice condemned napping or waking in the middle of the night as unproductive or unhealthy. The ideal citizen was one who rested efficiently, worked diligently, and rose early to contribute to progress. Sleep had become another site where discipline, morality, and industry converged. Yet despite these changes, the experience of sleep remained deeply human, marked by dreams, interruptions, and vulnerability. Families continued to share beds when necessity required, and insomnia haunted the wealthy who stayed awake with thoughts of business or politics. Children clung to nighttime rituals, prayers, and lullabies that softened the march of industrial discipline. Even as the world transformed around them, people carried with them echoes of older rhythms, negotiating their rest within the demands of a new age. In this sense, the 19th century represents not only the birth of modern sleep, but also the tension between tradition and progress, between the natural rhythms of the body and the imposed schedules of society. The Industrial Revolution did not simply change how people worked. It redefined the very hours of their rest, shaping habits that still linger in the modern world. As the 20th century arrived, the story of human sleep entered a new phase defined by electricity, urbanization, and eventually the rise of mass media. Unlike earlier centuries, when people surrendered to the natural darkness of night or lived by the discipline of factory schedules alone, the modern era offered unprecedented control over when and how long people could rest. Electric lighting spread quickly across cities and towns, erasing the sharp divide between day and night. Streets glowed, businesses remained open, and people discovered they could read, socialize, or work at almost any hour. Sleep was no longer dictated solely by the sun or the factory bell, but by personal choice and cultural expectation. Though in practice, the demands of employment and education still imposed their own order. The idea of 8 hours of sleep became firmly established, rooted in the broader campaign for an 8-hour workday and 8 hours of leisure that labor movements had championed since the late 19th century. This cultural expectation took hold strongly in the United States and Europe, shaping both scientific research and personal habits. Sleep was framed not only as rest, but as a form of efficiency, a way to restore the body to be productive again the next morning. This new narrative helped solidify the concept of a consolidated, uninterrupted night of sleep as the modern standard, replacing the older segmented model that had been common for centuries. Bedrooms reflected this shift as well. In middle-class households, individual bedrooms became the norm, with separate beds for children and increasing emphasis on personal space. Mattresses improved with innovations such as inner spring coils and later foam padding, while bedding was marketed heavily by manufacturers, promising better rest through modern design. The commercialization of sleep intensified. Pillows, sheets, and even alarm clocks were sold as essential tools for a good night's rest. Advertising depicted sleep not as a natural necessity, but as a lifestyle choice that could be perfected through mass consumption. This era also saw a sharp rise in scientific interest in sleep. Psychologists, neurologists, and physicians began studying dreams, insomnia, and circadian rhythms. In the early 20th century, Sigmund Freud's theories brought dreams into public conversation as reflections of unconscious desires, shaping cultural fascination with what occurred during the night. By the mid-century, electroencephalography allowed scientists to observe brain activity during sleep, leading to the discovery of rapid eye movement sleep and the stages of non-REM cycles. This scientific framing of sleep added authority to the cultural expectation of 8 hours, presenting it not only as a social habit, but as a biological necessity. Yet, even with this growing knowledge, society often pulled people in the opposite direction. The pace of modern life demanded long workdays, night shifts, and increasing exposure to entertainment that stretched late into the evening. Radios in the early part of the century, and televisions later, filled living rooms with sound and light long past sunset. For many families, bedtime rituals now included one more show, one more broadcast, before turning in for the night. Popular culture even glamorized sleeplessness. Successful business people and political leaders were admired for working through the night or surviving on minimal rest, turning exhaustion into a badge of honor. War also reshaped patterns of sleep. During both world wars, soldiers endured fragmented rest in trenches, bunkers, and camps, adapting to conditions where danger never permitted deep or uninterrupted slumber. Civilians living through air raids or rationing also experienced broken nights, teaching entire populations the meaning of sleep deprivation. The wars highlighted how fragile the modern sleep pattern could be, disrupted easily by fear, noise, or scarcity. In the post-war decades, prosperity brought both comfort and new challenges. Suburban homes emphasized quiet bedrooms with comfortable beds and heavy curtains. But at the same time, the glow of television screens and neon signs kept people awake longer. Teenagers were noted for staying up late and sleeping through mornings, reflecting both biological changes in adolescent sleep cycles and cultural trends of late-night activity. By the 1950s and 1960s, insomnia was being discussed widely in magazines and newspapers as a common ailment of modern life. Doctors prescribed sedatives, while advertisements promoted mattresses and pillows as cures for sleepless nights. The bedroom became a site where anxieties about health, productivity, and modern living converged. Toward the end of the century, the arrival of computers, 24-hour businesses, and eventually the internet created what some scholars described as a sleep crisis. Studies showed that people were getting fewer hours of rest than recommended, sacrificing sleep for work, entertainment, or travel. Jet lag became a familiar term as air travel connected continents and disrupted natural rhythms. In cities that never slept, the old natural cues of day and night were drowned in artificial brightness, pushing sleep further into the background of life. Yet for all these changes, sleep remained essential, and people continued to search for ways to balance modern demands with biological needs. Some clung to bedtime rituals, reading, tea, or soft music, as shields against the pull of screens and stress. Others experimented with napping, polyphasic sleep schedules, or meditation to restore energy in fragmented ways. The 20th century, more than any before, revealed the tension between technological progress and human limits. In its earliest centuries, people had slept in patterns shaped by darkness and tradition. By the 20th century, they lived in a world where night could be banished, but the cost of wakefulness often showed in fatigue, illness, and anxiety. In this paradox, one sees how the history of sleep is not only about beds and hours, but about the story of human adaptation. Our efforts to rest within the relentless march of modern time. As the 21st century unfolded, the long history of human sleep entered a new and complicated era, shaped by globalization, technology, and the pressures of a world that seemed to run without pause. Unlike earlier centuries when people were guided by the rising and setting of the sun, or by the ringing of church bells and factory whistles, modern individuals found themselves living in a digital landscape where the boundaries between day and night, work and rest, blurred into near disappearance. The proliferation of smartphones, tablets, and computers meant that light, particularly the blue glow of screens, followed people into their bedrooms, delaying the natural signals of melatonin release that prepare the body for sleep. Studies repeatedly showed that people were sleeping less than the recommended 7 to 9 hours, and the phrase sleep debt entered everyday vocabulary, suggesting that the body kept track of every hour lost, no matter how much one tried to ignore it. This era saw sleep become a central topic of medical research, wellness industries, and public debate. Neuroscientists mapped out the effects of chronic sleep deprivation, connecting it to memory loss, reduced concentration, weakened immune response, and even long-term risks such as heart disease and dementia. Headlines frequently warned that the modern world was sleep-deprived, creating anxiety even about the act of rest itself. Wellness culture responded by promoting sleep as an ultimate marker of self-care, transforming it into a commodity as much as a necessity. Expensive mattresses with cooling technology, blackout curtains, white noise machines, and sleep-tracking devices promised better rest for those who could afford them, while apps guided users through bedtime meditations or played soothing soundscapes. Sleep, once taken for granted, was now pursued as an aspiration, a sign of discipline and privilege. Cultural differences in sleep persisted as well, with some regions continuing traditions of daytime rest, while others pushed further toward constant wakefulness. In Mediterranean countries, siestas remained a part of life in some areas, though globalization and the demands of international business gradually reduced their practice. In contrast, Japan became known for inemuri, the socially acceptable habit of dozing in public places such as trains or offices, reflecting both the exhaustion of long work hours and the cultural value placed on endurance. Meanwhile, Western countries emphasize the ideal of a solid night's sleep, but in practice, millions of people reported fragmented or insufficient rest due to stress, shift work, or simply the temptation of late-night entertainment. The internet amplified these challenges by offering endless content available at all hours, from social media feeds to streaming platforms. Binge-watching shows or scrolling through news became routine nighttime habits, often stretching far past midnight. The phrase revenge bedtime procrastination appeared, describing the tendency of people who felt deprived of leisure during the day to delay sleep intentionally at night, reclaiming a sense of control even while sacrificing rest. Global travel and commerce added further disruption. Business people crossed time zones frequently, encountering jet lag as a near-constant companion, while international communication meant that emails and meetings might occur at any hour. The global economy created a reality where someone was always awake somewhere, and many individuals felt pressured to match that pace. At the same time, the rise of gig work and 24-hour services meant that millions of workers labored at night, reversing their circadian rhythms to meet the demands of modern convenience. These social and economic shifts made sleep inequality more visible. Studies highlighted that wealthier individuals often had more control over their schedules and access to quiet, comfortable sleeping environments, while those in lower-income jobs faced noisy neighborhoods, multiple shifts, or cramped living conditions that made sufficient rest nearly impossible. In this way, sleep became not just a biological fact, but a social marker, revealing disparities in health and opportunity. The fascination with optimizing sleep grew, with scientists and entrepreneurs experimenting with methods to hack rest. Polyphasic sleep schedules, in which people slept in multiple short segments throughout the day, resurfaced in online communities inspired by claims that great inventors of the past had used them. Others promoted short naps as a productivity tool, creating nap pods in workplaces and airports. Meanwhile, elite athletes began publicizing their sleep routines as part of peak performance, making rest appear as deliberate and strategic as training. Despite all these efforts, insomnia persisted as one of the most common complaints of modern life, leading to booming pharmaceutical industries and alternative therapies alike. Melatonin supplements, sleeping pills, herbal teas, and aromatherapy oils lined store shelves. While clinics specialized in diagnosing and treating sleep disorders, such as apnea or restless leg syndrome, sleep became a subject of podcasts, documentaries, and best-selling books, reflecting society's simultaneous struggle with and yearning for this ancient necessity. Yet beyond the science, culture, and commerce, the 21st century revealed a simple truth. The human body had not changed as fast as technology had. Our circadian rhythms, evolved over millennia, still craved cycles of light and dark, still needed silence and coolness, still responded to ritual and calm. In a world that glorified constant activity, the act of surrendering to sleep began to feel almost rebellious, a quiet stand against the demands of speed and productivity. Some individuals embraced this perspective, treating bedtime as a sacred pause in the chaos of digital life, a time to disconnect and restore. The story of sleep, stretching across centuries, showed that while beds, schedules, and cultural meanings shifted, the need for rest remained constant. The 21st century may have complicated how people approached it, surrounding sleep with technology, commerce, and anxiety. But the essence of lying down, closing the eyes, and drifting into unconsciousness endured as one of the most human acts of all. And perhaps, as people looked forward to the future, the question was not whether technology would continue to shape sleep, but whether sleep itself could serve as a reminder of human limits, grounding individuals in a rhythm older than civilization itself. As the narrative of sleep moved deeper into the 21st century, one could not ignore the growing intersection of rest with science fiction made real. The rise of wearable technology, artificial intelligence, and biotechnological research that sought to measure, analyze, and ultimately manipulate how humans slept. Where once a bed was simply a frame and a mattress, it was now often accompanied by a smartwatch on the wrist, a phone on the nightstand, and perhaps even a sensor tucked under the sheets, each recording data on heart rate, body temperature, oxygen levels, and time spent in each sleep stage. People awoke not only to the morning light, but also to numerical scores, sleep efficiency percentages, and colorful graphs, which sometimes reassured them, but often created a new anxiety known as orthosomnia, insomnia caused by worrying about sleep quality. In this climate, rest became a performance, an area of self-optimization alongside fitness, diet, and productivity. The quantification of sleep turned nights into experiments, with individuals adjusting room temperature, timing their caffeine intake, or rearranging evening routines to improve their tracked results. Some even treated sleep like training, trying supplements, blackout curtains, breathing exercises, and digital detox routines, comparing outcomes like athletes tracking lap times. Yet the irony was evident. The more one thought about achieving perfect rest, the harder it became to simply surrender to it. Alongside this trend came scientific research into the very architecture of slumber. Neuroscientists delved into rapid eye movement, REM cycles, slow-wave sleep, and the neurological functions of dreams, uncovering how essential these nightly phases were for memory consolidation, emotional regulation, and creativity. Sleep studies demonstrated that problem-solving ability often improved after rest, as if the brain worked quietly through puzzles while the body lay motionless. Artists and inventors throughout history had claimed inspiration from dreams, and now modern science seemed to validate those stories. Dreams themselves became a focus of curiosity once again, not as omens or spiritual messages, as in ancient times, but as neurological phenomena ripe for decoding. Technology promised the possibility of dream tracking and even dream shaping, with experimental devices claiming to guide users into lucid dreaming or influence dream content with subtle sound cues played at specific stages. This raised philosophical questions as much as scientific ones. If humans could direct their dreams, would sleep lose its natural mystery? Or would it become an entirely new realm of human experience, half real and half imagined? Meanwhile, the workplace began to reflect shifting attitudes toward rest. For centuries, napping during work was seen as laziness, but by the 2020s, companies experimented with providing nap rooms or sleep pods, citing research on how short rests could boost productivity, creativity, and morale. Silicon Valley in particular treated sleep as a frontier of biohacking, with entrepreneurs boasting of carefully calibrated routines and experimenting with polyphasic schedules designed to maximize waking hours without fully sacrificing recovery. Some swore by 20-minute naps throughout the day, while others promoted extreme regimens like the Uberman schedule, with sleep broken into multiple small increments. While these experiments fascinated online communities, most proved unsustainable for long-term health, reminding observers that the human body resisted such attempts at radical restructuring. Alongside corporate fascination with sleep came a growing recognition of its role in mental health. Anxiety, depression, and burnout were frequently linked with disrupted rest, and doctors began prescribing sleep hygiene practices as often as medications. Quiet bedrooms free from glowing screens, consistent bedtimes, exposure to natural light during the day, and winding down rituals at night were all promoted as cures for the epidemic of modern insomnia. At the same time, public health campaigns framed sleep as just as important as diet and exercise, part of the triad of wellness. Governments and schools even debated shifting schedules to align better with circadian biology, recognizing that teenagers in particular needed later start times to achieve healthy rest. This focus revealed once again how deeply cultural norms shaped slumber. What counted as normal sleep in one era or region often clashed with biology itself, as seen in centuries past when segmented rest or daytime naps were common. In the modern age, the insistence on a rigid 8-hour block often clashed with the natural variations among individuals, known as chronotypes. Some people thrived as early risers, others as night owls, yet society continued to impose standard schedules. The result was a quiet but growing movement advocating for flexibility, with some workplaces allowing varied hours and remote jobs offering freedom to align work with personal rhythms. As climate change entered public consciousness, sleep was drawn into yet another dimension of concern. Rising nighttime temperatures in many parts of the world disrupted rest, particularly for those without access to air conditioning. Researchers warned that hotter nights could reduce sleep duration globally, amplifying health problems and productivity losses. Noise pollution, urban density, and artificial light also played their part, reminding society that sleep was not only a private act, but also dependent on collective environments and shared resources. This interconnectedness emphasized that the story of sleep was never just about individuals, but about communities, technologies, and systems. In the midst of these changes, cultural attitudes continued to oscillate. Some glorified the hustle and treated rest as wasted time, while others embraced the rhetoric of sleep is sacred and built entire lifestyles around prioritizing it. Bookshelves filled with titles urging readers to reclaim rest, while online influencers promoted evening routines as aspirational content. The paradox of modern sleep was that it was both more studied, monitored, and discussed than ever before, yet often more elusive. Amid all the graphs, apps, and debates, the essential simplicity remained: closing the eyes, letting go, and trusting the body to do what it had done for millennia. Looking at the long arc of history, from prehistoric caves to colonial schoolhouses, from industrial dormitories to digital bedrooms glowing with screens, one truth remained constant. While the trappings of sleep evolved endlessly, the human need for rest never diminished. In a restless century, perhaps the lesson was not to master sleep, but to remember it as an ancient inheritance, a nightly return to the rhythm that connected all people across generations, eras, and cultures. When tracing the story of sleep into the modern landscape, one cannot overlook the parallel track between tradition and innovation, a tension that defines how people continue to approach the night. On one hand, ancient practices like meditation, herbal remedies, and spiritual rituals retain their place, carried across generations and reintroduced through contemporary wellness culture. Chamomile tea, lavender oils, incense, and mindfulness breathing were not new inventions, but rediscoveries of what past civilizations already understood: that preparing the mind for sleep was just as important as preparing the body. On the other hand, the world of pharmaceuticals and high-tech devices presented another path, offering pills, patches, and engineered soundscapes to induce quicker and deeper rest. Melatonin supplements became common on bedside tables, while prescription sleep aids fueled debates about dependence, side effects, and the fine balance between necessity and overuse. In some ways, this mirrored earlier centuries, when humanity experimented with substances to alter rest, whether it was opium in ancient Asia or alcohol in medieval Europe. But now science gave these experiments a polished legitimacy. Yet despite such advancements, insomnia grew as a common complaint. In urban centers especially, sleeplessness became both a personal struggle and a social phenomenon, amplified by round-the-clock access to news, entertainment, and work. Where once night marked a boundary of rest enforced by darkness, modernity blurred the line completely, creating societies that never slept. This raised new questions. Was sleep being shortened by necessity, by choice, or by an invisible cultural expectation that to rest less was somehow to achieve more? Across history, one sees cycles of deprivation and recovery. Medieval peasants rose early, but often napped during the day. Industrial workers were robbed of rest by harsh factory schedules. Soldiers endured long nights awake on battlefields. And now office workers stared at glowing screens, answering emails at midnight, haunted by the blue light of devices designed to keep them engaged. The continuity across eras was unmistakable. Sleep was always vulnerable to the pressures of survival, duty, and ambition. However, in the 21st century, a countercurrent emerged: the deliberate reclaiming of rest as resistance. To sleep became an act of defiance against productivity culture, a quiet insistence that the human body had limits that could not be ignored indefinitely. Writers and activists spoke of the right to sleep, framing it as a social justice issue as much as a health concern, pointing to the disproportionate impact of poor rest on marginalized communities, shift workers, and those living in unstable housing. Sleep inequality was not a poetic phrase, but a measurable reality, with studies showing that socioeconomic status directly correlated with both the quality and quantity of nightly rest. This recognition cast new light on the narrative of slumber through the centuries. It was not only an individual matter, but always tied to structures of power, wealth, and access. While the privileged might enjoy comfortable mattresses, quiet rooms, and freedom from late-night labor, the less fortunate struggled with overcrowding, noise, or simply the need to stay awake longer to survive. In this sense, the evolution of sleep was also the evolution of inequality, visible in both colonial America and the digital age. Meanwhile, cultural diversity continued to shape how people viewed bedtime. In Mediterranean societies, siestas retained cultural significance, even as globalization threatened to erase them. In Japan, the practice of inamuri, dozing briefly in public, whether on trains or in offices, remained socially acceptable, framed not as laziness, but as dedication, since it showed the sleeper had been working so hard that rest was unavoidable. In Northern Europe, the emphasis leaned toward consistent schedules and the sanctity of quiet bedrooms, while in parts of South America, hammocks continued to serve not only as furniture, but as cultural icons of relaxation. Each of these traditions revealed the ways sleep reflected deeper values of community, discipline, and adaptation to environment. At the same time, global culture flattened distinctions through shared trends. Streaming platforms and smartphones introduced binge watching, which often kept people awake late into the night in nearly every country connected to the internet. Social media created a phenomenon of delayed bedtimes, not because of necessity, but because of the addictive design of endless scrolling. This produced a strange continuity across continents, as millions lay in separate bedrooms yet participated in the same midnight ritual of glowing screens, postponing rest for one more video, one more post, one more notification. In a paradoxical twist, technology that promised to connect the world also united it in sleeplessness. But within this complexity, echoes of ancient wisdom resurfaced. Doctors, scientists, and ordinary people increasingly acknowledged that the body demanded rhythms aligned with natural cycles, rhythms long observed before electricity ever arrived. Exposure to sunlight during the day and darkness at night regulated hormones like melatonin. Physical exertion during waking hours deepened rest. Meals timed appropriately helped set internal clocks. These truths were not new discoveries, but rediscoveries, framed now in the language of circadian biology, but rooted in observations made by farmers, monks, and philosophers centuries earlier. In this way, the story of sleep revealed itself as a spiral, always circling back to fundamentals laws, even as it advanced toward modernity. And perhaps this is why bedtime stories themselves survived across eras. From myths told around campfires to children's tales read under lamplight, from radio broadcasts to podcasts designed for adults, the act of narrating gentle stories to guide the mind toward dreams persisted. Humanity instinctively understood that words could quiet the restlessness of thought, that rhythm and repetition could soothe the anxious brain. Today, sleep podcasts and channels dedicated to calm storytelling carried this tradition forward, blending ancient practices of oral storytelling with modern distribution. Whether one listened to tales of history, fiction, or simple observations about daily life, the goal was the same: to invite the listener into a slower rhythm where eyelids grew heavy and awareness softened. Thus, the long journey of sleep across centuries seemed to arrive full circle, technologically advanced yet deeply ancient, restless yet always yearning for stillness, endlessly studied yet ultimately mysterious. And as the world spun onward, through wars, revolutions, and digital revolutions, each night reminded humanity of its shared vulnerability and shared need. The act of closing one's eyes, surrendering to silence, and letting the body drift into its timeless rhythm of renewal. As the conversation about sleep advanced into the heart of the 21st century, the subject transformed from a private matter into a public discourse that touched science, culture, economics, and even politics. No longer was rest simply framed as a matter of personal discipline or household custom. Instead, it was now the focus of global studies, wellness industries, and technological revolutions that sought to optimize every aspect of human life. Sleep clinics appeared across cities, offering overnight studies where patients were monitored with sensors and electrodes to track brain waves, breathing, and muscle activity. The data collected was vast, and the findings revealed patterns that echoed truths long suspected. Poor sleep was connected not only to fatigue, but to depression, anxiety, weakened immune systems, obesity, heart disease, and even reduced life expectancy. What ancient wisdom had hinted at, that rest was vital to balance and survival, modern science now proved with numbers, charts, and clinical evidence. Yet this knowledge did not necessarily make people sleep better. If anything, the awareness of the importance of rest sometimes created anxiety about not sleeping enough, leading to a cycle where the fear of insomnia itself kept individuals awake. The sleep economy flourished in response, with mattresses marketed as high-tech marvels, boasting memory foam layers, cooling gels, and smart sensors. Entire industries blossomed around pillows designed to align spines, weighted blankets to reduce anxiety, and blackout curtains to simulate the calm of ancient caves. Apps promised guided meditations, nature soundscapes, and even artificial intelligence-driven lullabies. The paradox was clear. Never before had so much energy been invested in promoting sleep, yet never before had so many reported struggling to achieve it. Meanwhile, anthropologists and historians pointed out that this obsession with perfect rest was unique to modern culture. For most of history, people accepted interrupted or irregular sleep as natural. The idea of waking in the night to pray, to write, or to converse with neighbors was once ordinary. It was only the Industrial Revolution and the rise of strict schedules that imposed the expectation of unbroken, 8-hour slumber. By treating any deviation as a problem, modern societies may have pathologized what earlier generations considered simply human. This historical context encouraged some to revisit the notion of segmented sleep, experimenting with schedules where individuals slept in 2 blocks, with a period of quiet wakefulness in between. Others embraced polyphasic sleep patterns, modeled after famous figures like Leonardo da Vinci, who supposedly napped multiple times throughout the day instead of committing to a single stretch of night rest. Such experiments, though often impractical for modern work routines, revealed the enduring curiosity about how sleep could be adapted, stretched, or redesigned to suit the demands of human ambition. Still, not all solutions were voluntary. For shift workers, medical staff, emergency responders, and countless others, irregular rest was simply unavoidable. Their bodies became battlegrounds between natural circadian rhythms and imposed schedules. Studies showed that these patterns could lead to chronic health problems, raising concerns about fairness and sustainability. The tension highlighted an uncomfortable truth. Across history, those at the margins of society were often the most deprived of restorative sleep. From peasants kept awake by endless labor, to soldiers forced into night watches, to modern workers tied to graveyard shifts, the burden of sleeplessness had always fallen hardest on those with the least power. At the same time, privilege continued to manifest in the ability to rest fully. Those with wealth could design bedrooms insulated from noise, equipped with climate control, and enhanced by the latest sleep technologies. They could afford vacations, retreats, or even specialized therapy to restore their rhythms. In contrast, those in cramped apartments, noisy neighborhoods, or precarious housing struggled to achieve even the basics of comfort. This inequality revealed the extent to which sleep, often romanticized as universal, was deeply political. Rest was not only about biology, but about access to stability, safety, and peace. Across centuries, this had been true. Ancient rulers rested on silk cushions, while slaves slept on straw floors. Today, executives in high-rise apartments rested on ergonomic beds, while the homeless sought shelter under bridges. The continuity was undeniable, and yet, despite these challenges, there was also evidence of resilience. Humanity continually found ways to carve out moments of peace, to close their eyes and surrender to stillness, even in hostile environments. Soldiers on the front lines, nurses in hospital break rooms, parents caring for newborns, all discovered strategies to rest briefly and recover strength. This resilience echoed across history, reminding us that while sleep may be fragile, it was also astonishingly adaptable. In addition, globalization created a strange cross-pollination of practices. Yoga-inspired relaxation techniques entered Western bedrooms, while Western-style mattresses replaced mats and hammocks in parts of Asia and South America. Sleep masks and earplugs became common travel accessories as international business people learned to doze on airplanes. The idea of power naps, once tied to specific cultural traditions, spread worldwide as corporations introduced nap pods and quiet rooms into offices, seeking to boost productivity. Though criticized as yet another attempt to monetize rest, these trends reflected the growing acknowledgement that sleep was not optional but essential. The conversation, once private and domestic, was now institutional and global. But perhaps the most fascinating aspect of modern sleep culture was its return to storytelling. Just as ancient communities gathered around fires to share myths before bed, people now listen to podcasts, audiobooks, and videos designed specifically to soothe them into slumber. These modern bedtime stories, whether recounting history in slow tones or narrating fictional journeys, tapped into something timeless: the human brain's love for rhythm, pattern, and gentle narrative. It was as though across centuries, despite the rise of machines, electricity, and digital networks, humanity never lost its instinct to be lulled into dreams by the cadence of spoken words. In this light, the history of sleep revealed itself not as a march of progress, but as a cycle of continuity and rediscovery. The need for darkness, quiet, and story remained as pressing in skyscraper apartments as in prehistoric caves. The technologies changed, the schedules shifted, the philosophies evolved, but the core remained the same. Each night, no matter the century, humans laid down with the same vulnerability, the same hope of renewal, the same mystery awaiting behind closed eyes. When considering the long arc of history, sleep reveals itself not as a passive biological necessity, but as a cultural mirror reflecting the values, fears, and ambitions of each age. In the earliest times, people lay down on simple ground, protected by fire and community, their rest dictated by nature and the movements of the sun and moon. Over centuries, layers of ritual, belief, and technology reshaped the way humans approached the night. Ancient Egyptians elevated sleep into the realm of religion, linking dreams to divine messages. In Greece and Rome, philosophers pondered its meaning, while wealthy citizens demonstrated their status through soft bedding and elaborate chambers. In medieval Europe, segmented sleep was accepted as natural, with the night divided into two halves of rest, prayer, or contemplation. With the Renaissance and Enlightenment came curiosity about the inner mind, as thinkers observed the states between wakefulness and dreams. The Industrial Revolution, perhaps more than any other era, disrupted the rhythms humans had known for millennia. Factories and trains demanded punctuality, strict schedules, and artificial lighting that pushed sleep into narrower windows. Workers were expected to conform to the clock rather than the sun, and this shift had consequences that are still felt today. In the 20th century, sleep became a matter of science and medicine, dissected into stages of REM and non-REM, quantified by brainwaves, and studied as a vital health factor. At the same time, consumer culture transformed bedrooms into showcases of comfort and status, with mattresses and pillows promising miracle rest. Moving into the present, sleep is simultaneously glorified and undermined. On one hand, wellness culture insists that good sleep is the foundation of productivity, beauty, and longevity. On the other, the digital world ensures constant stimulation, with glowing screens and endless streams of information that blur the boundary between day and night. A person might check emails at midnight, watch a series until dawn, or scroll through messages in bed, carrying with them the hum of a world that never switches off. The history of sleep, therefore, becomes a history of human struggle with balance. Each generation has sought ways to reconcile the demands of survival, labor, belief, and ambition with the fundamental need for renewal. At times, sleep has been revered as sacred. At others, it has been treated as an obstacle to be minimized. Yet despite all the pressures, people continue to dream. Across the centuries, no matter the setting, be it a peasant's straw mattress, a noble's velvet chamber, a sailor's hammock, or a modern memory foam bed, the experience of surrendering consciousness remains a unifying thread of humanity. What changes are the stories told around it, the meanings attached, and the tools designed to enhance or restrict it. One striking observation from this long journey is that while science, technology, and culture shape sleep, its essence resists control. The body, guided by rhythms deep in biology, still demands rest in ways that cannot be entirely negotiated. Those who attempt to cheat it for too long discover consequences: foggy minds, weakened bodies, fragile emotions. Ancient proverbs warned of this truth, and modern studies confirm it with data. Sleep is less a luxury than a foundation upon which all other endeavors rest. In recent years, as conversations about mental health grow louder, sleep has reemerged not merely as recovery, but as a form of protection, a quiet defense against the overload of modern life. To rest is to resist the demands of constant productivity, to affirm that the human body and spirit require moments of stillness. In that sense, to sleep deeply is both personal and universal, an act of continuity with countless generations who close their eyes under stars, candles, or electric bulbs. Looking back across history, one can see that the way people sleep tells us as much about society as about the sleeper. Where there was safety, rest was long and peaceful. Where there was fear, rest was broken and shallow. Where there was wealth, beds were soft and adorned. Where there was poverty, sleep was stolen between labors. Yet through every condition, humans adapted, finding ways to preserve the mystery of dreams. And even today, with the hum of machines around us, we are not so different from our ancestors. We still seek warmth, quiet, and story. We still long for the moment when the body loosens, the mind wanders, and time seems to dissolve. The centuries remind us that no matter how advanced civilizations become, each night carries the same truth. Sleep humbles us, equalizes us, and renews us. It binds together kings and peasants, scholars and laborers, ancients and moderns. It reminds us that beneath the noise of progress, the essence of being human remains vulnerable, cyclical, and beautifully fragile. And so, as we close this exploration of how people slept through the centuries, it becomes clear that sleep is not only a biological act, but also a story of adaptation, invention, and resilience. It is the quiet thread that runs through history, uniting people across time in their shared need for rest. Each night, whether in a cave, a palace, a cottage, or a skyscraper, humanity lies down, closes its eyes, and joins the same timeless rhythm, surrendering to the same mystery that has accompanied us since the beginning. In the end, to sleep is to connect with every generation before us, and every generation yet to come. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with Sleep Whisper. May your new day, when you wake, be filled with good fortune, quiet joy, and success in your work. Until tomorrow night, we will meet again here at Sleep Whisper at